where we recognize extraordinary individuals that are residents, that are staff. And today, we are recognizing our town's Parks Department because it is Parks and Recreation Month across the nation. And for those who don't know, our Parks team is led by Director Jeremy Bagdown. And he's been doing excellent work with his team since I came into office as mayor. Myself and my colleagues have worked diligently to make sure that we improve all our parks, not only the big ones. To date, we have replaced 4 different playground structures. We have also replaced the rubber playground matting at Royal Oaks Park and Veterans Park. And we are also now on the precipice of redoing the last 2 basketball courts that we have in the town and have needed this update. So with that, we are issuing a proclamation to recognize their hard work. Jeremy, can you bring your team up here to be recognized? Round of applause, please. Excellent. So we'll go ahead and read this. Proclamation from the town of Miami Lakes, Florida, proclaiming July 2026 as Parks and Recreation Month in the town of Miami Lakes. Whereas parks and recreation are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the town of Miami Lakes. Whereas parks and recreation motivate physical activities by offering space for popular sports, trails, and many other activities designed to let active lifestyles thrive. Whereas parks and recreation programming and educational activities, such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and active play are crucial towards childhood development, whereas parks and recreation elevate a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, heightened tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction, and whereas the town of Miami Lakes highlights the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. Now, therefore, I, Joshua Dieguez, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the town of Miami Lakes and on behalf of the town council and 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim July 2026 as Parks and Recreation Month. Congratulations. Would you like to say a few words on behalf of the team?
I'll keep it brief, but thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. As the Mayor mentioned, our parks are unique to our community. Our parks are extremely valuable to us. They were master planned into the community before homes were built. There was always this idea of a park being within walking distance of every home. We don't have that everywhere else in Northwest Miami-Dade. So we definitely have a treasure here, and the team here does a great job of conserving that treasure, of doing their best to continue to develop it and move it forward. And there's a saying in Florida Parks Recreation Association that it starts in parks, but it's actually parks are for life, right? You learn your kid's first program at 2 or 3 years old. You're a part of that Mom, Me, and Me class. They transition to athletics. They eventually become young adults, hopefully play in some of our young adult athletic leagues. They move on. We have some of our senior program participants here. They move on to senior programming. So it's a generational experience. I like to tell the team that our job is to create memories and experiences. And that's what Parks Month is about. It's valuing those experiences in parks, in our programs, and in our case, overseeing the trees as well, the beautiful landscape that we have here in the town. So thank you again to the mayor. Thank you to, obviously, administration that is behind our parks department and our organization. So just a big thank you. And this is just a month, but we do it all year round.
Thank you. Here, let's get a quick photo, and then we'll be on our way. Thank you very much. It's 6:27. We will start sharply promptly at 6:30 p.m. I don't know. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting this meeting at 6:30 p.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. We are called to order.
Good evening. Council Member Cuadra Garcia. Council Member Sanchez.
Present.
Council Member Fernandez.
Present.
Council Member Hertzberg.
Present.
Council Member Garcia.
Present.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Present.
Mayor Dieguez.
Here.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Excellent. Everyone, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilman J.C. Fernandez. Thank you. Please remain standing for the moment of silence led by Councilmember Sanchez. Thank you very much. You may be seated. And Council, we are now on the order of business. Are there any deferrals, additions, or deletions? I believe, Councilman Sanchez, you indicated that you had some changes to the order of business.
Yes, I'd like to move 16G and H. I'd like to combine those two and move them to right after public comments, along with items 10A and 10B, the committee reports.
I'll second.
Well, before we get there, are there any other proposed changes?
That was 16A and B?
16A and B?
No, 16G and H combined.
G and H, okay.
And 10A and 10B.
And 10A and B. Both of those being combined and taken up after public comments. If there's no further changes to the order of business, now, Councilman Fernandez, you may.
I'll second.
Is there, well, no, you're moving it.
I thought he moved. Yes,
okay.
I'll move to make the changes.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The agenda is amended as stated. Madam Clerk, we are now in public comments. You're called upon to go ahead and read the rules into the record.
Yes, good evening to everyone. As I always mention, if you're here for public comments and you would like to speak, just approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and I will afford you 3 minutes to make your statements. And as well, I always like to welcome the public that is remote. The only thing the people that are participating online for remote public comments, the only thing you need to do to speak is raise your hand by clicking on the reactions item, and our IT will allow you to speak. We will see the raised hand. If you are also participating online, but not through the computer, but through your phone, please raise your hand by pressing hashtag number 9. You called one of the many numbers that we provide, and we will allow you to speak. And as I always state, public comments will be heard now at the beginning of the meeting, and once all are heard, public comments will be closed. We provide 3 minutes to speak to everyone, and all comments and questions from the public shall be directed to the mayor in a courteous tone. So thank you very much, and again, if you want to participate in public comments, please do so now. Just approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and welcome.
And again, there's no turn order here. Just as you want to come up and you see that a speaker is wrapping up, you're free to come up to the podium, just state name and address for the record, and then you may continue with your comments. Sir, welcome to the Town Council meeting, and thank you for coming. Hey, at the base of the microphone, you'll see there's a button.
Always good to ask.
Much better. Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Okay. My name is Sam Budlong. I live at 14411 Lake Childs Court. I've been a resident of Miami Lakes since the early 1980s. Here are my comments. Over 60 years ago, shovels met Earth, and Lake Patricia was born, soon to be included with Lakes Catherine, Hilda, and the surrounding neighborhoods. A community was created where families with children could be raised, educated, serviced by nearby shops, all within the confines of Miami Lakes, a community of neighborhoods. Over 40 years ago, these same neighborhoods objected to what is now GMX's proposal to build entrances and exits at 67th Avenue. Overwhelming community opposition caused GMX to cancel all of those plans. Sound familiar? Today, I hold in my hands petitions signed by hundreds of members of these same neighborhoods, some of whom participated in the objections of 1984, that universally condemned and object to the current GMX project as being ruinous to these neighborhoods. The exact same project as was objected to in 1984. For the benefit of our mayor and council, you residents here tonight, to express your objection to this project, have in your hands a colored page that expresses your complete, utter, and ceaseless objection to the current GMX proposals. Please raise that colored page over your head to show your sentiments. Thank you very much. Now then, for the reasons more directly critical of this project, it has been found that GMX, at its recent meeting in this chamber, failed to make any mention of the dangers this project would expose to 2 school zones, each located within a quarter mile of the Gratney. They failed to mention the redundancies from already existing nearby travel paths. They seemingly failed to include Hialeah in their community outreach. They failed to justify its claim that the sole rationale for the project was, quote, population growth, end quote, when the facts are that these neighborhoods are not now and have never been the subjects of population growth. They were 100% built out many decades ago, and that the nearest population growth is far away to the west of I-75. Such oversight is simply not acceptable when considering both the consequences to people, their families, and their neighborhoods, but also to the immense and wasteful expenditure of taxpayer dollars. Mr. Mayor and Town Council members, I and my fellow neighbors respectfully ask that you tonight, not tomorrow or your next meeting, listen to your constituents to put forward and pass a resolution not only rejecting this project forever, but also that no building permits ever be issued by this town relating to any work associated with 67th Avenue and the Gratney. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Next speaker. Colonel, welcome.
Am I on? Yes, thank you. William Perez, 7280 Miami Lake Way South. So I want to talk about the CMX package from a NEPA, National Environmental Policy Act, environmental law point of view. I've probably seen in my Marine Corps career hundreds of these. And I'm going to tell you a huge flaw this one has. It fails to comply with the National Environmental Policy Act. If this project takes $1 of federal funds, it has to comply with it. If it requires a federal permit because it's going through wetlands, and it is, it has to comply with it. If it has environmental impacts on the human environment, it has to comply with it. This is what it says, and I apologize, I'm going to summarize. It's less than a page of what it says for environmental considerations on page 155. It says, based on the results of the environmental evaluation completed to date, which is not included in the documents, by the way, no adverse environmental impacts have been identified as a result of proposed improvements. We haven't seen the data. It hasn't been provided to you. And this data covers things such as noise pollution, air pollution, water pollution, water runoff, impact on the environment, impact on the canals, impact to the lakes and the fish that we have. They have given us, quite literally, less than half a page. And they said, based upon the stuff we've done, you know, I'm going to tell you what it is, because I've seen this language before, and my lawyer friends are laughing. This is like, we did something, and we hope it's good enough, and we hope no one here knows anything about environmental law. You do, and now you do. And your obligation is to get this evaluation and study before you approve anything. And then we can have a really good discussion whether or not it is compliant with what we need it to be. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Colonel. Next speaker, you're welcome to come up to the podium. Yes, ma'am, come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is,
You can pull it down. There you go.
I'm petite. My name is Lourdes Teya. I am a resident of Miami Lakes since 1988. Actually, a resident on Lake Childs Court. We are in the Lake Patricia area. And I am here to support the no to the on and off ramps to the Gratney because it will affect our area adversely. The traffic, people cutting through Lake Childs Court just to get to Miami Lake Way South and avoid the light, Lake Saranac, Lake Candlewood, all those are cutoffs for people. They just take that so they can get home quicker. But Mr. Budlong already expressed our concerns, and I think he did a very good job. So I'm not going to bore you with that. I'm also here to represent the group of senior citizens that regularly attend the parks in Miami Lakes. And yes, they do a very good job. The programs are excellent. However, the programs have been canceled for the senior citizens. As of June 26, 2026, we have no exercise classes. The computation classes have been canceled, the sewing classes, anything to do with senior citizens. So I heard you that, yeah, the parks have been improved for the youth. However, what about the senior citizens here? This is for our health. We need these classes. There are people here. Yes. Raise your hands, please. Raise your hands. raise your hands, that benefit from these classes. And Mayor, you should drop by one day. I think you did. Yeah, you did. And I invited you to come in and meet our citizens and meet the teacher. And you couldn't at that moment come in because you were on some other mission. So I do invite you to come if we ever resume classes, which I hope we will. And I heard through the grapevine, this is all today, that there's no more money for the senior citizen classes. And if you don't know about it, please find out about it. You are our representatives. You represent the citizens of Miami Lakes. We voted for you. So please, get on this because we do need our classes back. It's not only for our exercise, for our health, but also for the social point of it. There's a lot of senior citizens in Miami Lakes who are single, and they socialize there. So I don't know what you can do, but please get on with it. I also heard through the grapevine that in September, the Dade County school budget comes up again, and we will see if there's money for you guys. That's not acceptable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Oh, your address? She did give her address, yeah.
My address?
Oh, yeah.
My address, sure. Lourdes Tella, 14311 Lake Childs Court,
Yeah.
33014.
And I see our Parks Director is standing up, so I think he wants to learn more and be able to maybe clarify any misunderstanding as far as that goes. But thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
And thank you all for taking the time to be here. Next speaker, you're free to come up. Okay, I see you in the back there. Excellent. Oh, okay, we'll start with you first. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Ileana Colombo. I live at 14031 Lake Candlewood Court. I'm right at the end of Lake Patricia. I remember a few years ago when Mr. Angelo Garcia came knocking on my door for my support, and I mentioned to him then the noise of that Gratney, and the noise has gotten worse and worse and worse from my home, and I invite all of you to come and have a picnic lunch in my backyard. You tell me the day, I get the tent, give you the food, the drinks. I want you to walk around Lake Claire and all those lakes, Lake George, Lake Success. The noise, the decibel level of that area is over 80 decibels. Any time of the day, continuously. Now, there's plenty of studies that state, studies that have been published by the NIH, study by the World Health Organization, traffic noise above 50 decibels causes disease. And what are those diseases? They're run by stress. Your brain cannot shut down. When you have that noise all the time, your brain interprets it that there is an emergency, and your adrenal gland starts pumping out cortisol and adrenaline, causing vasoconstriction, getting overweight, insulin resistance, and they manifest themselves as cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, which I am a type 2 diabetic, 16 years after the good old Gratney went up, and dementia, tinnitus, hearing loss, all from traffic noise, all from expressway noise. We don't want that thing there. When that thing was built, they promised us noise abatement. No noise abatement. There are only little walls that probably just shave off even 5 decibels. I challenge the town of Miami Lakes to do their own noise abatement studies with an independent company. We don't want any entrance or exit to our area. It will destroy our area, not only with noise, with crime, excess crime, because there's plenty of studies that show when you have an expressway in and out, criminals come in, they have a nice exit, There's going to be more crime to that gasoline station, which they're going to shut it down, to that shopping mall, and to us that live there, that moved there because it was a quiet, nice place for our children. My daughter grew up in that neighborhood. We could go walking to the lake and go fishing. There's a lot of traffic. We still have children that go around in their bicycles. All that is going to be gone, and there has been nothing in their plans for the safety of our children to walk to school or to do anything.
Thank you,
So,
ma'am.
no.
Yeah, thank you. Next speaker. Welcome back.
Hi, guys. Derek Cintron, 14821 Lewis Road, Miami Lakes, resident of many decades. First of all, with this Gratigny proposal, it's not going to work the way they supposedly want it to work. It's not going to alleviate the stress of Western Hialeah, Northwest Hialeah, all that area out by I-75, Western Miami Lakes. This does nothing to help any of that. Nothing. It doesn't take one car off of those roads. Instead, it just kind of shifts them through other roads to then eventually get to the same roads that are backed up. So that's, just on that alone, it doesn't do anything to address the problem they're supposedly trying to fix. Second of all, as I always have said whenever I've spoken to the council, please try to look at this as if this were happening in your backyard. It may be for some of you. I don't know exactly where everybody lives. But, you know, as residents of this town and as stewards of this town, that should be your number one consideration. Like, if this were in my backyard, would I be going bananas or would I be cool with it? And if it's going bananas, then you have to say no, because you don't want to let other people step on the faces of all our residents in order to further some other agenda. And that brings me to the last thing. I know it's been tough in recent, I'd say probably the past 10 years. This town has been under a lot of pressure from outside forces, the county in particular. I don't know if anybody else has noticed, but you see a lot of big airplanes flying into Opa-locka now, huh? I mean, I've noticed it. There's a lot of outside pressures on this town, and if you guys don't stand up to them, they're going to bulldoze right over us. They will keep on stuffing things down our throats until somebody says enough. And you guys are in the hot seat now. So it's your turn to say enough and put a stop to it. And I hope that you guys do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Next speaker, please. Next speaker wishing to speak in public comments. Going once, going to, oh, I see. Okay, excellent. Okay, sorry. Welcome.
Welcome. Joe Placeres, 14415 Lake Candlewood Court. The real problem here is we already have an existing bridge on I-75. The Royal Oaks community complained and complained and complained, and I'm sure a lot of council members in the past blocked it off. Why don't they open an entrance and exit ramp over there, which is the actual cause of the problem? Number two, why don't they fix the 154th Street exit, where I-75, the Granny, and the Palmetto goes into there, and most of the traffic is left going into the west side of Miami Lakes. There's nothing that's going to be done over here. We got one in 57th. If they say the traffic is going to go into, ease off Miami Lakes to go into the Palmetto, have you seen the ramp going south? After the Palmetto got fixed and they moved the express towards 103rd, notice there's no more traffic on 154th. Guys, I mean, this is probably a formality. This is probably approved because they're going to get money from the state. You guys are going to be up in an election in November. I don't know when this is going to be approved, but it almost sounds and smells like it's already approved. This is just a formality. It's not going to work. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Welcome to our former chair of the Elderly Affairs Committee, Dottie Wicks.
I had to be here for this.
I love
was-
it.
I was here from when Miami Lakes was born. I helped christen it. I've helped build it, especially with the seniors, which I love. And to bring all this traffic in here, you're going to destroy it. It's hard now, even getting out of our houses with all the traffic. You open that up, and that'll be the end for us. So please think about what you're going to do, and I hope what we're saying tonight counts. Thank you.
Thank you, Dottie. Ms. Reynolds, come on up.
What a gentleman. Esperanza Reynolds, 8465 Menzies Terrace, July 2026, the 250th anniversary of our Declaration of Independence. While watching HBO John Adams series, Benjamin Franklin says that nothing could have united the colonies in their effort to become independent from England like receiving a letter accusing the Philadelphia Congress of treason against the crown. The same has happened to us in Section 1. We are united in one effort, and that is the dissolution of our special taxing district. We have had enough. The level of frustration is evident. We submitted many objections during the last council meeting without a positive outcome. No need to repeat them. What we want is to understand the next steps to dissolve the district. Ordinance 24331 explains a petition is required from an HOA or property owners. Lake Glen Ellen has 141 properties, or 17% of the district owners. Do we petition as an HOA, or do we gather 86 signatures to meet the 10% threshold? The petition must be approved by the town. Therefore, we ask that you provide us with a town-approved form to discuss it with the community at our next HOA meeting. When submitted to the town, we must acquire the support of more than 50+1, and we then only have 4 months from the date of the resolution approving our petition to return it to you. Am I correct? So please consider this my public records request. I will be sending it to the clerk when I get home. Thank you so much, and thanks for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Next speaker. Welcome to the town council meeting. Was that a good oh my God or a bad oh my God?
Hello, my name is Patrice Morales, 6291 Lake Patricia Drive, born and raised here my entire life in Lake Patricia. So I've had the luxury of living and enjoying what I think is probably one of the gems in Miami Lakes. And I think a lot of people seek that area for what it is. I don't think it's a secret about the concerns. You all know what they are. Nobody has to repeat them. Anybody can put anything in a binder, like this gentleman mentioned, like this. A lot of jargon, a lot of numbers, a lot of confusion. However, you know, we are here in 100% opposition. I know that there are suggestions, modifications, so forth, but we are 100% against it due to all the reasons and the impact that it will have on this area. I personally feel this is just a fix for things that have been unable to be corrected in other areas, for whatever reasons those are, and I'm sorry for those in those areas that have to deal with this traffic and problems, and there has not been a resolution for 20 years for this problem. However, this area is not the solution. So we ask you, we appreciate your service to us and appreciate anything you can do to put a stop to this. I understand we have a voice, if in fact that backhand shakes have not already been done, and our voices are going to be heard. Please listen and do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Next speaker. Welcome, sir.
Kind of prepared it on the fly. Hello. Oscar Castro, over 50-year resident, growing up on Parkinson Drive and owning my house now on 13901 Lake Candlewood Court. I oppose the on and off ramp. being in my backyard. I've driven to 57th Avenue over 30 years and never thought of an off-ramp on 67th being necessary. Living in my peaceful street that borders 138th would be intolerable having an overpass. The noise from the Gratney is enough. As my other residents have stated, the study is full of holes and further studies and assessments with the data is needed before moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oscar. Next speaker, welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Maria Comellas. I live at 15925 West Prestwick Place, Loch Lomond. I understand all the concerns. I also understand that Miami Lakes Way Drive and 67th and the Palmetto are horrible to get through. So if this can alleviate, we need something. Too many things have been built, too many buildings, and too many people for such small area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Welcome. Oh, welcome, Pat.
Patrick Kunkel, 15860 West Prestwick Place. Tonight I don't talk about the guard gate. Tonight I talk about a memorandum that's been written by our honorable mayor, and I support it. And I hope the rest of the council will too. Mr. Peterman's work with the town has been nothing but outstanding as far as the work for the citizens of Loch Lomond. I also stand before you as the elected president of the Loch Lomond Homeowners Association. It's important to point that out because I've been never opposed, never a nay vote against me. But it's great to be able to count on our town manager and his team that stands here today, and I hope that you'll all join in and support his re-signing of the contract. The next memo I want to bring up, however, is one written by, I guess, someone who opposes that. By the way it's written. I would like to point out that I hope that that's just an assumption on my part. However, I believe it's political. If you date back to November 3rd, 2025, in this chamber, you'll see showboating that took on that was not in the best interest of this town. You can watch the video. I hope we oppose that amendment and move forward with our city manager being Edward Peterman. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Next speaker, Ms. Matos, come on up.
I'm going to turn the channel just a little bit. I think the residents have spoken. It's been a long time since I've been here and seen the chamber packed to this level. And I hope when I come back and talk about the airport, they'll all be sitting in the chairs behind me. But tonight is not about that. And tonight I do know why I'm here, just for the record. Oh, my apologies. Lynn Matos, 16340 Woodwalk. I want to talk tonight about 4th of July. I want to say a very special thank you to our communications and special events director, Claricel de Cardenas. Probably a lot of people don't know that not only is Claricel, and I'm going to call her Claricel because she's someone I've known for 20 years, not only is she responsible for communications, and that means website, email, calendars, social media, she oversees all of the council-appointed boards and committees, 150 or so events each and every year. But back to the 4th of July. Now, if you've ever stood in a park with 5,000 kids and it's pouring rain, you know what she was going through that night. Did she panic? I'm going to refer to my notes because I wrote a couple things that I thought were important. Did she panic? She didn't. She didn't react. She led with incredible grace under pressure. Calm, professional, clear-headed, even as everything kept changing up to the last minute. And her communication with the community was second to none. I was home, ready to throw in the towel, not go. I love the 4th of July. I used to be on cultural affairs. And then I got that message that she posted saying, we're paused for a moment. And I waited. And then I went to the park, and so did everybody else. And if it hadn't been for her, if it hadn't been for her passion and her commitment to the town and to the residents, we wouldn't have known, we would have assumed. It just deluged. It's not happening. She kept us informed, not only about this, but so many things. She's an unsung hero, and I just want to say thank you so much. You mean the world to all of us, and thank you. 4th of July was beautiful. It's not a single entity. She's awesome. She is. I love her to death. Wasn't just on her. Felicia Salazar and the Amazing Cultural Affairs Committee, thank you so much. Your work is exceptional every year. My friends, who are the owners of Light FX Pros, did that fantastic stage and the lighting and the fireworks. They're to be commended too. And the Parks Department, let's not forget that. I missed the presentation because the council was so packed I couldn't find a parking spot. I need one more consideration. It's okay. I want to say thank you to the Parks Department because their work goes unnoticed many times too, and even after a deluge, that park was awesome. So to all of you, thank you for your service, to your commitment to the town, to all these amazing people, and please give a big round of applause to Claricel Cardenas.
Thank you. Claricel,
because
stand
she
up
deserves it.
and
Thank
be
you so much.
recognized. And I will extend for anyone that speaks that needs an additional 10 seconds to conclude, you will get that opportunity as well to wrap up your remarks. Welcome,
Good
Miriam.
evening.
Good evening.
My name is Miriam Campos, 6801 Dunham Court, Miami Lakes, right across Casabana. I'm here to talk about something different. I'm having a lot of problems with the trees behind my house from the fountains of townhouses. I spoke to the lady there in charge of the association, and she said the town will not allow her to trim the trees. And my pool and my patio is always full of leaves and things like this. I have broken 2 of my cleaning barracudas, you know, they break all the time. And I don't know what to do, but it's really bad. I hope that my neighbors say they don't come because nothing is going to be done. Those trees don't give no flowers, no shade, no fruits, so they should be trimmed a little bit at least, you know. It's really bad for us. If you can help us out, I will really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Miriam. Miriam, Jeremy's going to talk to you a second to get more information on that. Next speaker in chambers. Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor, Council. A lot of people had this sign, and I concur with them. And I believe that this should be remember, you guys were elected by the people, for the people. So our interests should be first. On a different note, there's an item in your agenda today to establish a search committee for a new town manager. The position, we have created the Miami Lakes Civic Alliance this year. Some of the directors are here. Some of them couldn't make it. And this is our official statement from the Miami Lakes Civic Alliance and its residents. Recommendation to establish a new town manager search committee. Dear Mayor and members of the Town Council, the Miami Lakes Civic Alliance, representing a broad cross-section of residents who care deeply about the future of our town, respectfully recommends that the Town Council establish a town manager search committee to lead a transparent, inclusive, and comprehensive search for a new town manager. We believe Miami Lakes deserves a leadership selection process that reflects the higher standards of good governance, transparency, and community input. Dedicated search committee will ensure that all qualified candidates are given fair consideration and the final selection aligns with the long-term vision and the best interest of our town. We fully support allowing the current town manager to reapply for the position if he so desires. At the same time, our residents believe it is essential to explore all available options and alternatives to identify the best possible leader for the future of Miami Lakes. This recommendation comes directly from the voices of our community who deserve the opportunity to participate in a process that is open, impartial, and focused on excellence. We respectfully urge the council to take this important step towards strengthening public trust and ensuring the continued success and prosperity of our town. Sincerely, Miami Lakes Civic Alliance and its residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, I believe I saw, okay, Mr. Armesto.
Good evening, Mayor Dieguez, Vice Mayor Morera, and Town Council members. I am Eladio Jose Armesto, and for identification purposes, I am the former president and current treasurer of the Loch Lomond East Homeowners Association, as well as the president of the Loch Ness Homeowners Association. I'm here to respectfully make 3 simple points. First, Miami Lakes deserves a renewal of its executive leadership. Our town has grown, the challenges facing our community have evolved, and effective government requires fresh ideas, renewed energy, and new perspectives. Leadership renewal is not a criticism of the past. It is an investment in the future. Every successful organization understands that periodic leadership renewal strengthens institutions and prevents stagnation and complacency. Second, this discussion has absolutely nothing to do with our current town manager as a professional. He is a decent man and has done a decent job. We appreciate, truly, his years of service. This is not personal. In fact, the intelligent and experienced gentleman that he is, he probably understands that this conversation is not about his tenure. It's about what is best for Miami Lakes. Across the country, the average city manager tenure is approximately 4 years. Were the current contract renewed, we will have the same manager for a total of 12 years. That's a remarkable tenure. But there comes a time when every organization benefits from executive leadership renewal. Third, we support Mayor Joshua Dieguez's vision for Miami Lakes and his desire to leave a principled and lasting legacy. Leadership is not measured only by keeping what works, but by having the courage to embrace positive change. Executive leadership renewal should be a part of that vision and a part of that legacy. Finally, my friends, regardless of how you vote on this issue, we respectfully urge Mayor Dieguez and the council to seize the opportunity to do what is best for Miami Lakes. Embrace executive leadership renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Armesto.
Yes, thank you. And bring the ideas that we need.
Thank you very much. Former Councilwoman, oh no, first we have another resident before we go to Councilwoman Rano, or former Councilwoman Rano.
Calixto Milian, 16422 Northwest 82nd Place. I wasn't going to state my address. I was going to state the code, but I spoke to some of my neighbors, and they're afraid to come here because they're afraid of the city going after them. I'm here to defend everybody here, everybody. I agree 100% what Mr. Romero said. I support the committee 100%. I'm not politically correct. I've been here like 4 times already. I don't know if you like what I say or you don't. I really don't care. I'm a Trumper all the way. I am tired of telling you guys we're bleeding money. We're bleeding and bleeding and bleeding and bleeding. It's your money. It's not their money. And I want you guys to understand that. You're here for another reason. I am here to support Mr. Romero, okay? Because the manager of this city makes $380,000 more than Ron DeSantis, okay? And more than the politicians up there next to Trump. But I bet you guys didn't know that. I know that, okay? That's all I gotta say. If you go after me, go ahead. I grew up.
Nobody's going after you, sir. And so that's a little much. So with that said, Councilwoman Verano.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Marilyn Ruano, 15515 Northwest 83rd Avenue. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I'm here to support two items. The first item that I'm here to support is the creation of a manager selection committee. I had the privilege of sitting on the dais when the last time that we did that. And I also had the privilege of renewing Mr. Peterman's contract the last time that it was renewed. I want you guys to consider giving yourselves the opportunity of going through that selection process. It is an exciting process. It gives all of you and it gives the residents an opportunity to see what talent exists out there, what other candidates can come to the town of Miami Lakes and bring fresh ideas. It also gives our current manager the opportunity to shine and to show that he may by far be the better candidate to be selected once again. And it gives you the opportunity to renegotiate his contract, start from scratch, and allow yourselves that opportunity and give the town of Miami Lakes an open and transparent process. So I do fully support Councilmember Cuadra Garcia's item. And I'm also here to support the ordinance to define a capital improvement for special taxing districts. I've read it and I think that it's perfect as it is. I think that it's a fair process that's being proposed. And as one of the council members that debated that heavily in the past, I think that this ordinance would serve the special taxing districts very well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Former Mayor Pizzi, welcome back to Town Hall.
It's good to see you. I'm glad after 10 years, the building's still here. It's up. We must. And I saw the attorney who did the bond for the town is in the back. He's going to speak later. So it was his bond money that got it built. Just briefly, I'm actually here tonight, Mr. Mayor, because my old friend Sam Budlong invited me to his house on Sunday to watch a soccer game, and then he turned off the TV and locked the door, and would not let me leave his house until I read 5 volumes about the interchange project on Ludlam Road. Because we voted to study it about 10 years ago. So I did that, and I stayed at Sam's house until he forced me and brought me to the meeting tonight. But what I would say, Mr. Mayor and council members, number one, Mr. Manager, thank you all for your service. It's good to see everybody, and I appreciate your service to the community. Briefly, I looked at everything. I'm kind of familiar with this project. We ordered it about 10 years ago that it be studied. So I'm kind of familiar with it. I read all the volumes in Sam's house. Talk to engineers. I'm convinced at this point that 3 things would happen from going forward with the project. I think we're going to wind up spending millions of dollars in tax money. We're going to take some of Miami Lakes' most tranquil and peaceful and storied neighborhoods, Lake Hilda, Lake Patricia, that are the heart and soul of Miami Lakes, and we're going to risk really ruining them by putting them in the middle of a highway, a freeway interchange, and I don't think we should do that to them. The second thing is, I don't think we're going to really alleviate traffic congestion that much. I actually drove around Miami Lakes. You know, when I get my hair cut at the Miami Lakes Barbershop, and by the way, rest in peace, the funeral for Mario, rest in peace, Mario, the owner. I just left the wake with the family. But so let's give our condolences to that family, great people. But when I leave the barbershop and I want to go to the Palmetto or the Ricotigny, I just drive past Lake Hilda on the right, past the barbershop and the little gas station, the Shell station on the left, and I make the right at 138th Street, and right in front of Flanagan's in a few blocks is the Palmetto, and you can take that to the Ricotigny. Takes 2 minutes. When I leave Church Elevate by Richard and the Marathon Station, I just go down to Red Road and make a right, and the Ricotigny is right in front of you. So I would say that if you want to get to the Ricotigny and the Palmetto from Ludlam, you simply make a right at 138th Street, and it's a half block away. If you want to get to the Ricotigny from from Miami Lakes Drive, you simply drive past Elevate Church, you make the right on Red Road, and you run right into Retigny. You can almost walk there. So understanding that, bottom line, and unlike when I'm mayor, I'm not even going to repeat myself once. But what I will tell you is that, I promise, I'll end with 3 points, Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor, and again, thank you for your service. Based on that analysis, and based on 20 years' familiarity with this, and based on studying everything, I think there are 3 truisms about going forward with this project. Number one, for the reasons I've stated, it makes no sense whatsoever because it'll do absolutely nothing to alleviate traffic congestion. So it makes no sense because you're not going to alleviate traffic congestion because there are other routes that have existed for 20 years. Number two, you're going to spend millions of dollars. And finally, in number 3, you're going to risk wasting millions of dollars to accomplish one thing, and that is the destruction and ruining the quality of life in Lake Patricia and Lake Hilda. And these are neighborhoods that have existed for a half century. I ask you not to do that, and I ask you to kill this project. And thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor Pizzi. You want to come up? Yeah.
How are you doing, Mr. Mayor?
Doing well, thank you. Can you bring the mic a little closer because we have people watching
Hello.
online? Perfect.
Yeah. How are you doing, Mr. Mayor? On the behalf of a lot of other senior citizens, they are sitting here. On behalf of them and for myself, I don't know why they closed the exercise classes, and I appreciate if you help us to open that because a lot of us, we need it. It's not a big issue, I don't think so, and I think you can help us out there and we be appreciable. So we can go back again our classes.
Really quick, just for the record, can we get your name and address? And then our Parks Director is going to speak with you. By the way, were you able to figure out what's going on there? You want to just announce it to everybody since there seems to be a few public comments about that? Yeah. And we normally don't do this, but he's going to provide you with a response.
Okay, thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Jeremy, you want to go ahead and answer?
I needed the name and address.
Oh, sir, what's your
Sir.
name and address before the record?
I'm his
We'll
wife.
get it. Oh, okay, perfect. So
Hi.
she'll give you the name and address.
We have so many people here
Okay.
with the same problem,
Okay.
and I want to know everybody go on.
There we go.
Okay, try to help because we need it.
Oh, and your name and address, please?
Arelis Khan, 15130 Fintry Place, Miami Lakes, Florida, 33016.
Thank you very much. Director Bagdown has an update, though, on the senior classes.
Here is for the
Exactly, so he's going to address it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mayor and Council. We were, through the grapevine, and we heard that there's going to be a possible ceasing of the remainder of the year for funding. And what has been said is that there's potentially, as mentioned, there may not be funding anticipated for next year either with the school board for the senior classes. This is the classes that are held through Miami-Dade County Public Schools through the HML senior program. At this time, we have not received any official word from the district, from the program manager, from the HML senior programming. I have already emailed him directly as of this evening to ask for an official update as to what is going on with the programming, but there is nothing that has been brought to our attention that is official at this time.
Thank you, Director Bagdown. And so, in short, what that means is we need to get together with our school board member, Robert Alonso, to go ahead and make sure that in their upcoming fiscal budget, that they include funding for this. Ms. Perla Taveras Hampman, his predecessor, was very big on making sure these classes were protected, budget after budget after budget, even when the school board was going through bad times. So you have my commitment, I will speak with him. But of course, I would encourage all of you as well, the same advocacy that you're doing tonight, to also just shoot him an email. He'd love to hear from you. He's a Miami Laker himself, and I'm sure would take up the cause. So thank you, Director Bagdown, of course. And thank you, Director Bagdown, for getting that information. Sir, you may come up.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tony Lamb. My resident is 6716 Orchid Drive. And I've been here for over 30 years, raised my kids. They're all adults, professionals like you all. I want to first of all thank you, each one of you, working as a team to doing what's best for this city. And I see great improvements and continue to grow as a city. And with that being said, I want you to all support Mr. Peterman renewal contract. We've known Mr. Peterman for many, many years. In fact, he was in public service prior to coming over here. And he was the chief of the city of Miami, the fire department. And that takes a lot of dedication and sacrifice and making a difference in many people's lives. And with that being said, he's making a difference in this town, not only as a city, for the people of the city, and for the employees and personnel, and the community for the city. So with that being said, I want you to support a renewal of his contract based on his integrity and his record. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Anyone else in chambers wishing to speak? Mr. Carlos Andres, Chair of our Public Safety Committee.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. I applaud the audience here. We're definitely an active town. Love to see everybody passionate about something that makes a difference in their neighborhood. I just want to start off by saying I want to thank our building department. Now that the building is nice and full, we have the best building department in Miami-Dade County. I want everybody to know that. They are phenomenal. They've been great with me and everybody that I work with as well. I want to thank in Communications Department, Isabella is no longer with us, but she served our committee as well and other committees as well. I'm here to show support as well from the Public Safety Committee on Ray Garcia's new business item that was presented last meeting on allowing signs on the swales. This was pretty much, born through our slow down signs. This campaign works. We've gotten positive feedback. With this ordinance, if it passes, we can now put our signs on the swale, and also it gives the ability of the council to have signs in the future put in the swale that obviously they approve. I'm also here to show my support, or just to state that there is an allocation that we're asking for. This is not new events. This is not more money. This is just an allocation of funds. This is part of the town manager's reports. And I want to say something that I'm very passionate about, that I've spoken to a few people, and it's actually the Part 3. Councilman Hertzberg, thank you for bringing this up. Part 3 is very important. When we're talking about traffic here tonight, we need to control our destiny. This would be controlling our destiny. We accept this donation from the Grams. That's a lot of land. I suggest you move forward. I like what you have together as a 90-day plan with the town manager, and also consider what is it going to cost to maintain that property. Put that part of your budget workshop. So again, let's control our destiny. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers in chambers? Anyone else wishing to come up to the microphone at this time? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, are there any online public comments?
Yes, I'm going to call as I see them in my screen with hand raised. Mr. Abel Fernandez, welcome to the meeting. Please unmute yourself.
There you go.
We see you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Town Council, Madam Clerk. 3 minutes is not enough to speak for such a huge agenda, but I'll do the best I can. In regards to the 67th Avenue on and off, at first when I heard about it, I thought it was a prudent idea. But after reading and hearing the comments from those affected, I cannot support the building of that. As I looked into it and found out that even the Hialeah residents did not even know about it. And more concerning is what's driving this. So I think we need to take the elephant out of the room. On the Hialeah side, there's a lot of building going on. You'll see apartment buildings right there on that possible interchange. Then you look at Hialeah Miami Lakes, that's going to have a charter school inside its property. This is not coincidence. And number 3 is Hialeah wants to make a move to annex the land on 57th Avenue, just on the other side of Miami Lakes, which is that commercial area. They need more interchanges for that. So I'm against this, and I hope that you do not move this forward. In respect to the comment that through the mayor, that the Miami Lakes Civic Alliance said that they were speaking for residents, they don't speak for me. I come to this podium either virtually or in person, so they don't speak for residents of Miami Lakes. They're not an elected board, you are. Let me say something about what's happening with this selection committee proposal and not renewing the manager's contract. First of all, yes, Mr. Peterman is a friend. He's a fellow chief, as I was with Miami-Dade Fire Rescue. I want to make it clear about one thing that has nothing to do with it. We seem to have the word leadership, that we need renewed leadership. Well, guess what? Every 2 years, we can have renewed leadership in this town through elections. Part of the board, as it is now this November, will be up for election, and in 2 years, another one. That is renewed leadership. Vote them out if you're not happy with their decisions. But the manager is an executive manager, and he's doing a great job, because I've asked, where's the performance evaluations? Are there key performance indicators? Is there an action plan because he's not performing? I don't see that. But we want to get rid of a manager without finding out what he's really doing. In respect to one of your charter amendments regarding the town clerk should continue to report to the town manager. If that is the process in a manager form of government, we should leave the clerk under her. And finally, am I given 10 seconds, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, you have an additional 10 seconds to conclude.
Okay. Let's stop looking for problems because you have an answer. We've asked last time in November of 25 to sit down with the manager and identify the issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Fernandez. Next speaker, please.
I see and call them Mr. Frank Fernandez. If you want to speak, please do so now, followed by Mr. Frank Diaz. Those are the participants that I see. And then I have many written public comments that I need to share with everyone. I don't see their hands raised, so I want to state that I don't think they want to participate. So if I may.
Go ahead.
Yes. Let the record reflect that my office received an email from Jose and Grace Fernandez in regards they're opposing the project of GMX. I shared all these written public comments I have shared with the council, but I just like to state them for the record. Their names, Mr. Gabriel Fernandez, as well, sent an email in opposition to the project of GMX. We received an email from Mr. Boris Foster from Monday, July 20th, regarding special taxing districts. It was addressed to all the elected officials. It included as well a new business item of a council member. Let the record reflect his opinion. We received a written public comment from Ms. Hope Reynolds today at 1:13 regarding the town manager contract. And in her written public comment, she included a lot of information, and just want to state for the record about special taxing district, and again about the manager's contract. Another written public comment from Ms. Hope Reynolds from today at 6 a.m. included the email from Mr. Boris Foster that was addressed to the elected officials regarding the special taxing district. Okay, and I'm going to state for the record all the written public comments received in the last few days. I'm going to start with Mr. Luis Collazo, former council member, in support of item 16B, in support of the manager's contract to be renewed. Written public comment from Mr. J.P. Garcia in support of the current town manager, Mr. Peterman, for his contract to be renewed. Ms. Katiushka Barrero, Mr. Julio Barrero, Daniel and Aaron Barrero, all in support of town manager Peterman's renewal. Mr. Sergio Diaz, in support of the city town manager Peterman's contract to be renewed. Mr. Luis Espinosa, in support of the town manager's contract to be renewed. Mr. Rey Valdez, in support of the town manager's contract to be renewed. Ms. Hope Reynolds sent us an email which was forwarded from Ms. Bonnie Cintron, who is in Italy right now with her family, but for Bonnie Cintron's written public comment in support of the town manager Peterman's contract to stay in office, to stay with us. Ms. Jacqueline Jebian Garcia, written public comment in support of the current town manager Peterman. Mr. Jim Hamilton and Rosaline Hamilton in support of Mr. Peterman's contract to be renewed. Mr. Tom Fabricio in support of town manager Peterman's employment contract. Mr. Anthony Garcia in support of Mr. Peterman's town manager's contract. Mr. Antonio Lam in support of town manager Peterman's employment contract. Mr. Albert Eras or Harris in support of the current town manager Ed Peterman's contract. Mr. Mike Anchia in support of town manager Edward Peterman's contract. Mr. John Aleman in support of Mr. Peterman's town manager contract. Ms. Connie Pena in support of the renewal of town manager Peterman's contract. Mr. Mario Morales in support of Mr. Peterman's contract. Mr. Eugenio Ochoa in support of the town manager's contract to be renewed. Mr. Enrique Suarez in support of Mr. Town Manager Peterman's contract. Ms. Diana Jane in support of town manager's contract. Ms. Victoria Martinez in support of Mr. Town Manager's continued service as town manager. Mr. Peter Montañez in support of his employment as town manager, Mr. Edward Peterman. Mr. Ricardo and Martha Gonzalez in support, yes, I'm trying to read fast, in support of town manager Peterman's contract renewal. Mr. Luis O. Martinez in support of town manager's contract, Mr. Peterman. Mr. Sergio Penton in support of Mr. Town Manager Peterman's contract renewal. Mr. Fred Senra in support of Mr. Peterman's contract. Mr. Juan Pena in support of the renewal of Mr. Peterman's contract. And I said Mr. Juan, it's Juan Carlos Pena. Miss Marlene or Marlene Gonzalez in support of renewing Mr. Peterman's contract. Ms. Omaida Torres in support of Town Manager Peterman's contract. Ms. Elsie Alvarez in support of Mr. Ed Peterman's contract. Mr. Lester Barreras in support of Mr. Town Manager Peterman's contract. Mr. Iosvani Pino in support of the renewal of Mr. Peterman's contract. Ms. Leti Rodriguez in support of Town Manager Edward Peterman's contract. Leti and David Rodriguez. Mr. Mike Martinez in support of Town Manager Peterman's contract. Mr. Mario Morales Jr. in support of Mr. Peterman's contract. Mr. Adrian Baste in support of Mr. Town Manager's contract, Peterman. Ms. Lynn Matos in support of the renewal of Town Manager's contract. Mr. Nicholas Mata in support of Town Manager Edward Peterman's contract. Mr. Danny Cardoso, in support of Town Manager Edward Peterman's contract. Mr. Jorge Alvarez, in support of the renewal of Town Manager Peterman's contract. Mr. Antonio J. Sanchez, better known as Tony Sanchez, in support of Town Manager Edward Peterman's contract. Andres Millares, in support of Mr. Town Manager Ed Peterman's contract. Ms. Natasha Caballero and Jose Caballero, in support of the contract of the City Manager Edward Peterman. Ms. Gladys Jimenez, in support of Mr. Ed Peterman's employment contract. Mr. Jose Bueno, in support of Mr. Town Manager Edward Peterman. Mr. Albert A. Del Castillo, in support of Mr. Edward Peterman's contract and renewal of his contract. Ms. Lourdes Barreras, in support of Mr. Edward Peterman's Town Manager contract. Mr. Angel Martinez and Gloria Martinez, in support of the renewal of Town Manager Ed Peterman's employment contract. Mr. Ray Palacios, in support of Town Manager Ed Peterman's renewal contract. Mr. Abel Fernandez, he spoke earlier, but he had sent a written public comment, so I recognize it and I acknowledge it as well, in support of. Mr. A.J. Garcia, also in support of Town Manager Edward Peterman's employment contract. Mr. Tomas Bello, in support of Mr. Eddie Peterman's Town Manager's contract. Mr. Daniel Barrero, in support for renewal of Town Manager employment's contract. Mr. Bobby Costa, in support of Mr. Ed Peterman's contract. Ms. Elisa Martinez, in support of Mr. Peterman's continued contract. Ms. Vivian Aleman, in support of Mr. Town Manager Peterman's contract. Mr. Rafael Luces, in support of Town Manager Ed Peterman. Ms. Andrea Graham Rechichi, in support of Mr. Peterman's contract. Mr. Pierre Jebian, in support of Mr. Manager's contract. I hope I did not leave any email. There were many sent. I just want to state for the record, they were shared, as I always do, with the mayor and council, and I always just state for the record the name and the subject matter. And that's
All right, I think I'm going to give you a proclamation just for that reading. What do you guys think? You did a great job, Gina, as always. Thank you. Council, we are now on items 16G and H, which have been combined, and we're moved up to after public comment. This concerns the Gratney project, as it is known informally. I'm going to go ahead and begin, if Councilman Sanchez will indulge me, since we're the ones with an item on this tonight. Let me begin, first and foremost, with, contrary to the comments made by some who clearly don't know how this government operates and, you know, who have opinions based on bad information, we are not going to hunt anybody down if you agree with us, right? We care very deeply about the town, right? I myself grew up on the east side. I grew up at 7220 Poinciana Court when my family and I have been here since 1989, and we continue to stay here. Our law offices are here, and the majority of my family lives everywhere from, you know, like the Lake Sandra area on the west side to Willow Lane. So if there's anybody who has a very unique appreciation for the situation that we find ourselves in, I would argue it's me. I grew up here when they still did the arts and crafts show there on Main Street, and my sister and I would buy the sand art and the pop guns and everything. I've gotten to see how the community has changed over the years, right? I'm not happy with all of it, and a lot of it has actually been out of our control, right? Now, but every single person on this dais has run on a platform of reducing traffic in this town. And for those who don't know, we cannot just have a blanket moratorium on development, especially for an indefinite period of time. That would be a violation, for example, of the U.S. Constitution, which prohibits private or government from restricting private land and its use to an unreasonable degree such that we affect the taking. In other words, that even if we haven't seized the land, the government has so restricted your ability to use it that it's basically non-functional, and we've taken that property right away from you. But beyond that, in the state of Florida, when we're talking about development approvals, in the 90s there was another law that reduced that standard, right, to what's called an inordinate burden. It's the Burt-Harris Act, right, which allows developers to sue local governments that, again, unfairly burden, if you will, their property rights. And they can sue the town and not only get their development order, but also get their attorney's fees reimbursed. Unfortunately, about 3 years or so, give or take, a state senator proposed and was able to pass what's called the Live Local Act. Now, the Live Local Act, in essence, and by the way, it is becoming more and more popular, and despite what has been put out there on social media, it does not have the opt-out provision that it claims that it has. Unfortunately, this law allows developers to completely bypass the public hearing process and therefore the majority of the town's approval process, and in essence leaves it in the hand of bureaucrats to do one thing. Do they meet the standards or not? If yes, you have no discretion, you have to approve the project. And on top of that, it grants them everywhere up to a 75% property tax exemption, in some cases smaller, and also allows them to build higher than normal, right? They can go to the highest structure within a mile of that proposed project. That's a high-level overview of how the land use and zoning framework has changed in the state of Florida, but also just to explain to you why, unfortunately, this council has had less and less options as the years have gone by to be able to have more rational, smart growth policies implemented. So in that context, in that vein, right, I bring it up because in order to solve traffic, we clearly cannot restrict development the way that we used to ensure that it is more in line with the community aesthetics and community standards that we've long had. Number two, we know that we cannot widen our roads. They simply were not designed for that, and we wouldn't want to get rid of most of the trees that would be involved if we were to do that, so that's not an option. The only option really left to us to really have any sort of meaningful impact on traffic is more highway access. I understand, again, I'm an East Sider. I grew up here on the East Side my entire life. And this project, by the way, just to be clear, predates me. And it is not a town project. This is a project that was started back when GMX was MDX, the Miami-Dade Expressway Authority, which has since gone away after. This project, in fact, would have been started a lot sooner, but for the litigation between Miami-Dade County and the state of Florida. So that delayed this considerably. Prior to that, actually, the city of Hialeah actually was aware and has been aware of this project. And for a short period of time, former Mayor Carlos Hernandez actually held up this project from being able to move forward. So the city of Hialeah has been aware, whether they want to acknowledge it or not, or maybe they may have forgotten that this was still in the works, because again, the lawsuit took a while to settle with MDX and GMX. But they have had the notice. We ourselves have had meetings about this. There was, going back to 2016, former council members Lama and not Hernandez, Rodriguez, had a traffic summit here in which this was one of the pieces of the solutions that they developed. Mayor Sid at the time even did a video of himself, Vice Mayor Lama, and a former Vice Mayor Rodriguez actually going to the then MDX board's meeting to advocate for this project. Again, years later, after a lot of litigation between the state and the county, the lawsuit has been resolved, and GMX now is the entity that stands, and they are now, in essence, brushing off the dust and putting this project into fruition. We do not have a direct say in their decision-making process, right? They are still in what's called the PD&E phase of this. The short version of that is that they're still studying this, right? So we can provide input. I myself ran, full disclosure, on supporting this project And I'll explain why. It was on my website. I brought it up at the mayoral debate that we had in '24, and I do not want to mislead you at all about what I've said about this in the past. I understand that approving this project will not relieve traffic on the west side. I'm well aware of that. But the issue that we have in this town when it relates to traffic, specifically as to Miami Lakes Drive, is the knot that exists there. You have everybody trying to get in and out, by and large, through the Miami Lakes Drive exit and entrance and the Palmetto. You have people swarming there from both the east and the west side. The idea, and there are plans to eventually have some west side access to the highway system, right? But the idea was to have one on the west and one on the east. The idea is that you start to push cars to other parts of town in order to have faster egress and ingress into the town and relieve the congestion that occurs daily, especially when school is in session at Miami Lakes Drive. Now, for that reason, I was a supporter of the project, and from the comments I heard at the public hearing that GMX held in chambers here, because I was here, Councilman Herzberg was here, Councilman Sanchez was here, I don't recall, were you here? Councilman Fernandez was here, and the comments there that I heard at least primarily revolved around concerns on Ramp B. That would be the egress, the off-ramp, that would create a lot of issues for Lake Patricia Shopping Center, necessitate a ramp. So it seems to me as if that is where the majority of the consternation lies. Before I continue, I've been informed, and I just want to share with you, he's in the audience, please don't kill him though, but we do have a representative of GMX here, right? He is the Chief Operating Officer, Claudio De Fiera. Would you mind standing? Thank you. Please wave. If you have questions on this project, please get with him, and I think he can clear up a lot of misconceptions. With that said, I think the prudent move here tonight, based on the comments that Colonel Bill Perez made and other comments that have been raised by various members of the public, that we should go ahead and take some more time to further evaluate this project. Again, they are still right now in the study phase. There's, to my knowledge, not an immediate decision needed or pending on this. I just want to, again, stress that this is not a project that the town controls. It's not using our money. It's not seeking our approval, though I'm sure they would like our buy-in. So it's going to happen one way or the other if they so choose, but that's on them, right? But they're here to answer any questions that you may have. And with the item that I had tonight about expressing support minus support, or rather excluding support for Ramp B, because initially what I was proposing was to voice generic support for the project, but also voicing that we would like them to have a design that takes away the Ramp B, right, which I don't think anybody was really anticipating even way back in 2016. I think it would be prudent for us to go ahead and lay these items on the table. Councilman Sanchez, I don't know if you agree, and go ahead and take the time to get more feedback from all of you, try to see if perhaps, with the GMX representatives here, they can assuage some of your concerns, and then give us an opportunity to really check whether or not, they've met their standards with respect to the Clean Water Act, as the Colonel was mentioning, and other environmental standards. I see the manager is on the mic. What would you like to say?
Yeah, the Chief Operating Officer from GMX is available if you'd like them to
come
up.
I just told him that.
He could answer questions,
And I told him not to kill him, so it's okay. So be nice. And before I make the motion, you said you have a question?
Yeah, for GMX.
Okay, go ahead. Vice Mayor Morera.
So my question to the gentleman from GMX is, where we are in the project, as the mayor mentioned, is the PD&E stage. To what extent is GMX still actually open to our public input? You had an entire crowd of people here who voiced a very strong opposition. Is that going to convince you, or what else do you need from us, basically?
Okay, so I want to take a step back. So I come humbly. Again, my name is Claudia Feria, as the Chief Operating Officer of GMX. We're not looking for a fight. We're not looking to trample the residents' opinions, nothing like that. In fact, we're here because of the original request from the council to study and incorporate this project. There was a resolution that was passed in 2016 by this very council, and it was supported by not you sitting, but the Town of Miami Lakes Council. So we were requested as an agency. You're correct. At that time, we were MDX. We are now GMX. And it was also supported by the TPO at the time. You are correct in what the mayor was saying. It was because of the litigation between MDX and GMX at the time that this project didn't come forth at that time. Now that we are out of litigation and GMX is full and kicking, we are now fully funded on this project. It's been approved by our board, and we're ready to take the next steps. So where we are right now in the PD&E, that's the whole purpose of the PD&E. There are, contrary to, I guess, some of the beliefs, there's no backdoor deals, handshakes. This is not a done deal in any way, shape, or form. The whole purpose of this project and the PD&E is to come and listen to the concerns of the citizens. We have done that. We've listened. We had a public hearing, and so we're now here in front of you asking for support, right? I do want to make a couple points, though. We are not FDOT. GMX is fully self-funded. We are funded 100% by toll dollars through the Gratney is one of our expressways. So we have nothing to do with the projects that are on 154th or elsewhere. So there's no money coming from federal grants, so it doesn't require us to do any sort of federal requirements, or from the town of Miami Lakes. So this project is 100% funded by GMX. The other thing is we've spent a lot of money already and time looking at this through the PD&E. We are scheduled, provided what the conclusion of the PD&E yields now, to move forward into construction in next calendar year, so starting in 27. But it won't happen unless we have the support from the council, right? So that's really why we're here. One thing I did want to say, we're putting a lot of effort on State Road 924. You know, we currently have a project that's starting on the eastern end of 924 to mill and resurface and take care of some safety issues. We're also going to look forward to moving forward project now and next year to add some ramps that connect to the turnpike from 138th Street, which we consider the western side of 924 for us. We're going to mill and resurface all of 924. We're going to paint it. We're going to make it aesthetically beautiful. So the agency is putting a lot of effort right now to beautify and to modernize 924. Once it's done, we're going to shift our efforts and our resources elsewhere. So this is the time we're here asking for your support. So I have my technical team, and I want to make sure that there was a lot of misinformation I think that was done. These PD&Es are very, very comprehensive. I can tell you we don't look at it by opinions or anything else. We look at it from an objective standpoint of view. The traffic studies that we've looked at do say that you have a current problem clearly on 154th and 57th, right? This project, to your point, is helping the town as a whole, right? When we look at projects, we look at them holistically. We don't look at them specifically whether it has a specific impact in a specific area. So I have my team here, and I'm more than happy to provide any answers or questions that anyone may have. But the point I was trying to make was that this is a very holistic approach, right? We're looking at this. And the studies do yield objectively that you have a problem now, and in the future, you will have a much worse problem. And this project does alleviate a lot of the traffic congestions that occur today and will occur in the future. So we're here simply asking you, basically, what would you like us to do next? So the PD&E has not concluded at this point.
I have an answer to that. One of the things I've always articulated when it comes to that intersection is I don't have a problem with ramps. I just have a problem with off-ramps. Sure. Meaning I don't mind on-ramps that get traffic out of Miami Lakes. I just don't want to see cars speeding off of the Gratney right into the front of the gas station, right into a school zone, and backing up our streets. One question I have is, because I remember bringing that idea up back when we had the first public comment stage, which was in the conference room in the back. And in that one, I stated this opinion, that it should just be on-ramps. But I also said, hey, if you have to do an off-ramp, and then I proposed an alternate design where the off-ramp hugged the existing Gratney a little bit more than the current design,
sure,
which in turn mitigates so much noise going into these backyards. My question is, you did say that you have been listening to the people throughout this PD&E and that you have been implementing some changes. So my question is, how exactly have the plans changed based on public input since those early days?
Okay, so I do want to make a distinction. The PD&E is the study, right? It's basically where we develop the concepts and we study the environmental impacts, the socioeconomic impacts, et cetera. So the off-ramp was the concept was put in there because it alleviates the traffic from 57th and also 154th, right? When we had the public hearing, we did hear those comments about the noise and the proximity of the homes, etc. Right now, we're still in the PD&E concept. What I can tell you as GMX and as the COO, we will work with you all and the residents to provide mitigating efforts, right? So we understood the decibel noise, so we would try during design to push that ramp as far south as it possibly can. The problem with doing that is it basically has to go over 138th Street, and there's a limited amount of space until you touch down to 67th. So there's only so much we can actually move it to the south. In terms of sound walls, I'm willing to entertain that. You know, buffers with landscaping. There's a lot of mitigation efforts that we're willing to take. Again, we're not trying to fight. We're really trying to make this project as best as it possibly can.
And then I guess I'll make this my last question. And thank you for letting me go this long. On-ramps only, is that completely off the table as far as GMX is concerned?
No, I'll restate. If it's the wish of the council to just move forward the project with the on-ramps, that's something we can take back. Obviously, we have to go through my board. Again, we're not going to do something that's against the wish of the council, nor the residents. So what I ask is, obviously, you all represent the entire town of Miami Lakes, right? Not just the residents along 67th. Because in my experience, you never have 100% support of a project. But you as council members have to look at the project as a whole, holistically. Will this project improve the town of Miami Lakes as a whole and in the future? And then it's up to you. If the council's wishes is not for us to provide an off-ramp, then we'll go back and we'll redesign the concepts. But one thing I do want to say, now is the time to make some sort of decision, or very soon, just for the sake that the way their schedule is built is it's fully funded in our work program. So we're looking to complete the PD&E in the next couple months and looking to go into construction. So
I have a question for you. This would be design build in terms of when it's issued?
It's slated currently to be a design build project. That's correct.
Can you explain to the audience what that means?
Right. So in order to expedite projects, the typical construction would be you would design a project and it would take several years, and then once that design is done, then you would go into the construction phase. The design build process is basically combining those two. So you're designing and you're building at the same time. So the things that can be designed early on in the project and then start with construction, that would happen. So it's by switching to that methodology, we would save about 2 years.
Yeah, and then also in terms of the the residents' input, the engineers that eventually are selected to design the project, they would be incorporating everything that's been said.
Yes, I'm actually committing myself personally to be involved in that. So once we would select a design build contractor, I would come back and we would present back. I would be willing to come back to council and present to you the mitigation efforts that we've incorporated into the project.
So why don't we do this, and I'm going to go to Councilman Sanchez as the sponsor of the other item that was along the same lines as mine. We'll go to him to close, and then what we'll do is we'll defer this to the next council meeting. That way the residents that are here can have an opportunity to speak with you more fully about the project and get as much information as they'd like. And then we will make a final recommendation. That's really all you're asking from us, is a recommendation with input on what would be acceptable. We can make that at the next meeting. Councilman Sanchez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for everyone in attendance. We really appreciate you coming out. It's great to see a full house for our council meetings, not what it usually is. For the residents that are here that want to know which one of us really represent you, it's all of us. Some of us live on the east side. There's 4 out of 7 that live on the east side, myself included, the mayor, the vice mayor, and Councilman Garcia, along with the town manager. So you have strong representation up here for the east side, things that you bring up. Now, the day of the public hearing, I did speak during public comments about the existence of the off-ramp and the detrimental effects that it can have. That was with a very little bit of information. I did some more digging, I did some more research, but there's still information that was brought up tonight that I would like to know more about. The environmental effects. I understand that we didn't receive federal funds, but environmental effects still affect everyone, especially when most of the houses on the east side of Miami Lakes have water that comes out of the well, comes out of the ground. Sure. So that feeds their plants and everything else like that. So it's a whole ecosystem type of system. So it's not just the traffic, it's everything else that's encompassing, from the plants to the animals to everything else that is Miami Lakes. Not just that. part of my research was finding out what is the LOS rating of 67th Avenue. And I was given that information in two subdivisions, from 138th Street to Miami Lakeway South, and from Miami Lakeway South to 167th Street, just south of the Palmetto Expressway. They're both rated E, even though the northern portion above Miami Lakeway South is already is closer to an F. It varies from D to F, but on traffic times, they're 5 o'clock rush hour, it's an F. So to have those cars come off into 67th Avenue is just a nightmare. You're just adding even more vehicles into a street that's already congested, which feeds those vehicles into the areas where you heard the residents speak, into Lake Patricia, into Lake Childs, into those areas where kids want to play outside and they can't because of too many cars coming through. So I think the project is a great idea. The on-ramps to get cars out of Miami Lakes is a great idea, but we also need a solution to get cars out of Miami Lakes through the north side. And I understand that's not GMX, that's more FDOT. But if the agencies get together to try to find a solution for that northern portion to get those cars out, I think it can be a big help. However, I do concur with the mayor that we do have to table this for now and discuss this at a later time when we have more information, so we can do much more due diligence and provide an answer on behalf of the town. So with that, I move to table this discussion until more.
Before you do that, I do have a point of order to make that I actually need to make to our parliamentarian, which would be the attorney, because I just realized something. So technically, there's been no motion made. So is this a motion to table or a motion to defer?
Defer.
Huh?
Defer.
Okay, so go ahead and make the motion. I'll
I'll motion to defer until more information is provided, pending environmental
Well, I think
studies.
we need a date certain, so I would say the next meeting.
Oh, to defer to the next meeting, to the August council.
I'll second that. Oh, it's been seconded by Councilmember Fernandez. All those in favor say aye.
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 Sorry, I was trying to get your attention to say some words before the deferral.
Okay.
Really quick.
So go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and I just want to thank you for being here, and to the audience members. I think that, I think the majority of the council, I'm not going to speak for them, I can speak for myself, realize that exit ramp is, especially next to the our oldest neighborhoods and our oldest shopping center, is something that most of us are not happy with. So, and the only way we'd be interested in exits, I'm sorry, would be if they were environmentally friendly. And also, there's a school zone right there. Councilman Collazo and myself worked hard to expand that school zone, and there's a small little neighborhood there that won't be able to exit if there's looking at your thing, wouldn't be able to even exit at all. It'd be very hard for them to exit because the ramp would be right pretty much 40 feet away, the Crooked Palm neighborhood. So if you keep that in mind, I mean, let's defer this, let's think about it, but also those are the things that those residents will be stuck in there, especially in the morning when traffic is hard. So if you can take a look at that area, because I know they would be stuck there, won't be able to get out. It's already hard. That's why we moved the school zone, so then cars will go out there slower instead of they were racing through there. So if you can keep that in mind.
Sure.
But I'm for deferring this and taking a look at this and listening more to the opinions. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, if you give me one moment.
Okay.
For conversation between us, honestly.
Okay, so there's been a motion made, but, so are you saying, and I'm getting a text from the deputy town attorney, is it your position then that once a motion is made and seconded, we need to vote it up or down?
Once you make a motion to defer, yes, and there's no debate.
Got it.
Those are the Robert's Rules of Order.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the motion to defer.
Motion to defer both items 16G and 16H. Councilmember Cuadra Garcia. No. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
The
Mayor-
motion to defer to the next regular council meeting passes.
Thank you. Manager Peterman?
Do you want it to come back as one combined item?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so thank you very much for being here tonight, and thank you for agreeing to meet with our residents. Again, for those of you that want to get more information directly from the source, this is your guy here. So I would just ask, though, if you can please meet him in the lobby there because we do have a full agenda that we have to get through today.
Thank you.
But you can rest assured that there will be no further action on this item tonight, so you can meet with him for as long as you'd like. That would be out of order from what we normally do. If you want, you can make a request to the clerk and oh, okay. Well, can you ask the question to her so she can relay it to me? Because I just want to tee up the next item at least. Okay, this is highly irregular, but go ahead.
Thank you very much. You didn't mention building permits at all. Isn't that within the purview of the town to decide, and doesn't that play into whether or not the project can proceed?
We don't have any oversight over issuing permits on any of the expressway systems, whether it be GMX or the FDOT expressways. They do not come to us for permitting.
Building permits are not
Correct.
part of the process. Thank you.
All right, no problem. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you all for coming today. We are now on items 10A and 10B. Let's take up 10A first. That would be the committee report from the
Special Needs Advisory Board.
Some of my
10A.
Some of my favorite committee children.
They've been so patient.
Good
They have
evening.
been.
I'm Madeline Santana, Vice Chair of Special...
Actually, would you mind pausing a second while we let them clear the chambers? Thank you. I think it's quieted down enough. All right, you may proceed with your report.
Good evening. I'm Madeline Santana from the Special Needs Advisory Board, Vice Chair, and this is...
Jesse Oria.
In case you didn't know. The report to Town Council. Okay, as you have in front of you, maybe, we still had a wonderful, so far 3 months, 4 months from the last time. Our class dojo is still in effect. The dance is still in effect. Since our last report, we had the 4th of July special needs sensory room, which was a hit. Unfortunately, everybody got rained out, so we had much more people. We have installed the 2 communication boards, one at Royal Oaks and one at Veterans Park. We had the animation graduation. Thank you, Councilman Hertzberg. Where'd he go? He attended it. The next thing that we're going to be doing will be requesting for 2 more communication boards. One will be at the youth center, and the other one will be at Optimus Park. And hopefully we'll get a pickleball clinic that someone has approached us with, and Special Olympics. That's it.
So with
I
that,
believe the committee wanted to request approval on the procurement of 2 communication boards, right?
Yeah, I was about to make
Oh, they
a
did,
motion.
okay.
All right, so Mr. Vice Mayor, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you. I'd like to move to approve the requested items, specifically the 2 park communication boards. And did you also need approval on, what was the other thing that you brought up?
The pickleball or
The-
Special Olympics?
I thought we already
Not
approved-
yet.
I think we
okay.
approved the event, but you haven't yet come to
We
us
haven't
with
set
funding.
up, because
Okay,
it's
so then-
summer, it's too hot, and then we're thinking maybe more December, January, so more people can attend and not be so hot.
Okay.
I second that.
Great, so
Okay.
it's just the 2 park communication boards.
Perfect, so it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on
Just
this?
to clarify,
Sure.
that is money that's already in the committee budget,
Correct.
right? Thank you.
I have a question.
Okay, Councilman Sanchez.
Are you taking funds away from another project to fund the project for the communication boards? No?
No.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
Follow-up question, Vice Mayor Morera.
After the vote.
After the vote? Okay.
Yeah, it's about another part of the report.
Got it. Okay, anyone else on this item, the approval of the 2 additional communication boards? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, the motion carries. Mr. Vice Mayor, for your question.
You know, we had a kind of a crazy situation with 4th of July and the rain. You know, again, as one of the public comments mentioned, it was a huge triumph of our communications team. But I did not get to Mary Collins Center because I was with an elderly resident, and there was no way that she could
Totally understandable.
walk. My question is, what was the situation like in there? Because my concern is we created a sensory room, and then if you have a barrage of people coming in, did that cause any sort of disturbance or anything like that, or was everything fine?
It was minimal.
It was minimal.
It was a lot to do with the band. It's a big band, so they would go in there to get some fresh air, AC, and get to eat. And also, there was a little bit of miscommunication because the room across was available to them, but of course, we were there, lights are on, everybody came into us. But it was still a hit because the room is so big.
Got it. And then just the other last comment is the animation graduation. I did want to apologize. I did originally state I was going to be there, and then I couldn't make it. I'm so sorry. Thank you to Councilman Herzberg for
Understandable. Thank you.
All righty. So thank you all. Anyone else have questions of our wonderful committee members? All right. You see,
Thank you again.
knocked out of the park. No further questions. All right. I see that Colonel Bill Perez is not here. Is anyone here representing the Veteran Affairs Committee? They're 10B. All right. Seeing nobody from that, I'll move to defer their report to the next regular council meeting. It's been
Mayor,
seconded. Yes?
can I interrupt? And on the Veterans Committee, they had one ask, which was to
Is it
endorse.
time sensitive?
Huh?
Is it time sensitive?
I don't
recall.
know, but I just, in case it is time, all it is there's no money. It's just to authorize the committee to be a co-sponsor with an event called the Heroes Fishing Tournament.
That's right, yeah.
So
Okay.
if you could authorize them that way, they have the green light.
It's been moved and
Second.
seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. They're permitted. You can go ahead and inform them that they're permitted to go ahead and add their name as an official co-sponsor of the event. With that, we are now on item 7, which is appointments. We have Christina Gonzalez to Public Safety by Councilmember Ray Garcia. Is Ms. Gonzalez in the room with us? Oh, she was earlier? Oh, okay. Well, regardless, congratulations to her on her appointment. We did have a resignation, and we did have a removal due to absences for purposes of the record. Next up, we are in manager's reports, beginning with 8A, monthly police report by Major Ulloa. Welcome back, Major.
Good evening, everybody. Major Ulloa, obviously for the town of Miami Lakes. My report's going to be brief. We are currently down 30% on overall crime statistics. Something that I did want to bring up in reference to our residential burglaries, there is a miscalculation in reference to that. There's only 3. So that'll reflect in next year. One of them was miscategorized in the system, so that's being corrected, and the other one is being deemed unfounded, so that did not occur. So that it'll reflect for next month's report. Additionally, in reference to the traffic enforcement, for the month, we've issued 151 citations, provided 10 written warnings, 32 verbal warnings, and issued 48 parking tickets. As a closer stats, that's pretty much what we have for the updates. Obviously, for July, we've heard people's input. I know that we've had, obviously the weather was an issue and a concern, but overall it was a great event, and everything went very, very well, especially on the police side.
Well, thank you very much, Major. I kind of wish I had brought you up beforehand so that all the residents can hear the great work that you and your officers are doing, or your deputies now, I suppose. We'll go to you in a second, but I just wanted to, again, say thank you, as always, for your great work, and please thank your men on our behalf. With that, we'll go to Councilman Cuadra Garcia for a question, and then we'll go down the line.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Major, I've reached out to our town manager several times, very concerned on speeding on 154 Street. 154 from the Palmetto to 6-7 sometimes is becoming Hollywood Speedway. We have signs that say don't even attempt to do it, and they still do it. I've been next to individuals with my golf cart. It does 24, and they fly by me at 37, 40, 45. I mean, they're speeding. I know that we can't be at all places at all times, but I ask that we consider looking into 154. I know it's at different times. For example,
is there a time frame focus for it, a concern? Because we do it daily, especially considerably in the morning.
Going eastbound at the curve at the tennis courts, it
Correct.
states clearly 20 miles an hour. I've seen them take it at 32, in their 50s. All kinds of speeding goes by.
Yeah, that's actually part of our traffic enforcement. The details that we do, we run radar there often.
Just wanted to
But is there a specific time frame that you would like me to focus on, or is it just throughout the day?
It can happen at any time of the
Okay,
day.
no problem. I'll make sure to relay that information, to make sure that my guys are obviously concentrating their efforts there, as well as the 87th Avenue, which obviously we know it's been a concern in the past, along other avenues as well, but I'll make sure to address it accordingly. No problem.
Councilman Herzberg, do you have feedback?
Yeah, just quick feedback. First, thank you for everything you do. Thank your officers. The quick feedback is just an anecdote. I woke up at 4 in the morning because one of my kids had a nightmare, and I see, Miami Lakes patrol car going slowly down the street. That's nice to see, right? With the lights on in our residential neighborhoods. I guess it's 4 mornings, so not that many people see it. So I'm seeing it now. They're out there. They're patrolling our streets. I really appreciate that. That type of high visibility is awesome. And I know it's something you guys recently did around a year ago. Just keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Garcia?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, great job, 4th of July. I mean, I know it wasn't easy, but you guys were, like always, awesome. I guess my question would be, I've noticed a lot of these electric dirt bikes going through Main Street, going inside the circle, on the sidewalks. I mean, I saw today 3 kids are wearing helmets, but again, what is the rules and regulations when it comes to these e-bikes?
They're treated just like any other bicycle. So if you
Even
can
if they don't
pedal a
have-
bike,
even
if you
they
can
don't have
pedal a
pedals?
bike, yeah,
Even if they don't have pedals?
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that there's obviously, like, it's treated very similar to like a lower CC bike. So those are e-bikes. Those are regulated just like any other bike. I mean, there are some electric bikes that go a lot faster than others, obviously.
But they have to follow the rules of the road.
Correct.
Like any other bike.
Yeah. It's the traffic enforcement and the bylaws and everything like that are all the same for any pedestrian, even a vehicle, for bicyclists as well. They all have to, and there's obviously specific state statutes that are specific to
So these are state
to
statutes.
bicycle.
We can try to lobby to make some changes, but we have to stick with state statutes when it comes to that.
Yeah, I mean, currently right now, because there is nothing addressing e-bikes in specific, they're treated like bikes like anything else. I do know that there are some areas that apparently have, ordinances in place in reference to combat that, but, that's up to you guys in reference to see what changes you guys want to make.
Look at, because today they were going on the street, then they were going on the sidewalk, and then they were interrupting traffic. And I'm just worried, not only their safety as well. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of power in these things, a lot of torque, and these kids look like they know how to handle it.
Yeah, and obviously, like how Cuadra Garcia had advised. I know that we can't be everywhere at once, but if you see it, just make sure to give us a call, and we'll be more than happy to go and address it.
Just letting you know, on the weekends, at nighttime they can't because you have that covered. Thank you for that. But during the day, during the week, especially during summertime, I've seen an excess of those e-bikes everywhere, and they're not following the rules of the road. So just I appreciate you.
Thank you
very much.
Before we go over to my other colleagues, I just also want to point out, I think the manager already raised it to your attention, but every time I go lately to Giardino's, I'm noticing that there's, all these rich kids in their brand new Mercedes SL parking the handicap spot that, to go into the dry cleaners or to go pick up their Starbucks order, very appropriate in my opinion. But they're obviously taking away from seniors and others who do need to be closer to the shopping centers. So just my request would be just to continue to stay vigilant on that and, to appropriately cite them in accordance with what I know Sheriff Rosie and with our tax collector, Dariel, have been working on together to, clamp down on those that have an improper handicap pass or who are taking up those spaces. With that, Councilman Sanchez, and then we'll go to Councilman Fernandez after that.
Oh, we're halfway through the summer. Things are going pretty well. The kids, I saw a group of kids on bikes the other day right off Miami Lakeway South, and they were doing, what's the word I'm looking for? a group of, they were like 10 or 15 teenagers on bikes, and they weren't doing wheelies or
Again?
anything like that. No, not no, like a cohort of teenagers, and they were doing good things. So I'm happy to see that. And so we're officially over the hump as we're less than a month away from school beginning. So as that's coming up, I believe before the next council meeting, school will already be back in session. Are you gearing up for what's to come, the traffic patterns all over again, reminding the officers of what's to come for Bob Graham, Miami Lakes Educational, Miami Lakes Miami Lakes K-8? Is that already in your purview?
Yeah, we already have that set. It doesn't change at all in reference to what we do. There hasn't been any change to the nomenclature in reference to our traffic patterns at all.
Yeah.
So we're going to address it like how we do every year in reference to our, beginning of school details and stuff like that. Like nothing has changed on our end. But if you guys see anything of any concern that you guys want to, bring up to me that we need to address, we'll do so.
Okay, and then with regards with what Councilman Garcia said about the e-bikes and micromobility and all that, I know Doral is one of those municipalities in Dade County that has an ordinance for that, but they also able to enforce it through their local PD department. Is that something that if we were to bring it, that you would be able to enforce a similar ordinance that to control micromobility?
If you guys are doing it, you guys are doing it via code, so it'll technically be a code violation if you guys are gonna, no different than what you guys did with the little scooters that they used to have here for rent.
Okay.
It's gonna be something very similar. Again, if it's something that can change in legislature in reference to, if it's a county code or if it's or obviously, like a state statute change or an addition, then yeah, absolutely, we can address those things.
So if you have, for example, an e-bike that takes a red light, is that something
that's
that
a red
police
light.
officer-
That's a red light infraction. That's different.
Okay, even
Yeah,
if you're on an e-bike.
meaning if you want us to
unlicensed.
address something specific to e-bike, it's a little different as opposed to any traffic infractions. We can
Yeah, like a movement
definitely,
infraction.
Yeah, that's a state statute on its own.
Okay.
Yeah, no matter what, the bicyclists, even whether cycling or an e-bike or anything like that, they still have to abide by state statute. They have to ride on the right side of the road. It can only be side by side, et cetera.
Right.
There's Peloton rules in reference to abiding by that. So those are all functions. But again, like everything else, is like speeding. If we're not there, we don't see it. It's the same thing. The kids on the bikes. If somebody goes through, it can be an adult. Doesn't necessarily have to be a kid. They go through a red light, which is pretty common for bicyclists. That can be addressed, but it has to be in our presence.
Right. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Fernandez.
Thank you for all that you do. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. The first is, in regards to street parking, does the officer, or the deputy rather, do they have a discretion as to how many times that violator gets a warning before they get a ticket, or is there a certain amount? If they get a warning once, is it recorded, and the second time they go out there, do they automatically get a ticket?
No, parking is just like anything else. It's discretionary. We can, no different than even a traffic violation, as long as it's not a felony in nature. The officers have discretion in reference to issuing citations.
I appreciate that, but maybe I wasn't clear enough when I say street. Is that including on a street, on a residential street? You were including that.
So there is law that you technically can park along the street as long as you're not blocking people's driveways, and there is an ability for cars to drive past it. So obviously, I know that you guys have no overnight parking and all that other stuff, so obviously that addresses a lot of that, but no different than like, the challenges that we face in reference to, let's say, Bob Graham, when we were dealing with, the parents staging inside Royal Oaks. That was one of the major issues, is that we can tell them to move along, obviously, because there are long lines, so it becomes an issue in reference to creating a hazard because of how long these lines are. But a lot of the residents were complaining about them being parked in their grass or blocking their driveway, and then obviously we don't want somebody driving against traffic for 3, 4, 5 blocks. So that's really what we focused on. But you can park for a periodic period of time on the road as long as there is access around your vehicle.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that. Thank you. All right, I'll talk to you later on the other issue that
No problem.
I'm
Whenever
seeing.
you want.
But thank you.
No, you're welcome.
I appreciate it.
Okay, anyone else from the council with any questions, comments? Thank you very much, Major.
No, you're welcome.
We are now on item 8B, Public Works Monthly Infrastructure Report by Public Works Director Omar Santos.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll stick on the topic of cyclists on the road, and I'll highlight the Park West project that's getting ready to begin. We're going to be adding bicycle facilities along the roads, Balgoa and Montrose, so that should help with that item. And another project I'd like to highlight is the 59th Avenue extension. We are in 60% plan review by outside agencies. These are FDOT, and it's already with Miami-Dade County Public Works. In addition, we've completed the plans review from DRER, or Durham, I think. And we're in the works of getting submittal to South Florida Water Management District. And MDOT has also received the plans, and they're working on getting that to FAA. So with that, I'll conclude my
Thank you. Questions to Director Santos before I go to the town manager?
Quick question.
Let's go right to left. So let's begin with Councilman Councilman Garcia, and we'll go to Councilman Sanchez. And then we'll go to the manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to take a moment of public privilege, point of personal privilege to ask, because there's an issue that I've brought to the town manager, reference mosquito issue in the area. Do you have the address, Mr. Mayor?
No, it's a warehouse on 60th Avenue, and they were cited, as I advised, they were cited by code enforcement and referred to mosquito control from Dade County.
Okay. Any update on, are they planning to vacuum that water out anytime soon? Because it's getting greener by the day.
Yeah, I don't know. What I could tell you is like we do with anyone, we normally provide, if they have no previous offenses, we provide them a warning. Then we have a few days to give them an opportunity to comply. If they don't comply on reinspection, then we cite them. So they've been warned, taking the first step. I don't know that I know the item, but I don't know the history of that building. So I don't know if this was a warning or straight to citation. But not Public Works, Code Enforcement is on it, and they've moved forward with enforcement action.
Thank you.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, and congratulations. 60% is a great milestone. I know we spoke today, Mr. Manager, about Caterpillar, that you're working with them, but it might be a bottleneck, maybe. I would ask if you don't mind working with the mayor. Perhaps the mayor can meet with them. I know you represent the town, and you're a proponent of this project. Perhaps you can get in front of it before it becomes an issue later on, or gets into legal issues. Maybe your meeting with them could address some of their hesitation, and maybe get us to the point where we don't have to, we can do this on our time frame, and don't have to get into legal issues in the future.
Just to clarify, you were talking about Caterpillar.
Caterpillar, yes. They're a little sliver of land, yeah, that there's still a little debate. They're debating with us.
Well, look, here's my perspective on that. I've personally attended at least 2 meetings with Director Santos and with the manager over at their headquarters.
Yep.
They have met with them even before I got involved.
Sure.
They have been gentlemen, because it's been all men, but they've been gentlemen every time we've been there. But frankly, it does seem as if they are reaching a point where they are moving the goalpost,
Yeah.
right? We have changed our design to incorporate so many of their commentary, and it just seems like something new just keeps coming up. This project needs to happen, right? For the good of the residents.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's a public safety issue as well as a traffic issue. At the very bottom of that list, it's also a convenience issue. But first and foremost, it's a public safety issue for those kids there at the educational center.
Yep.
And additionally, again, we have been more than accommodating to work with them. We're going to continue to work with them. In fact, I believe we're working on having them come to town hall at some point, right? We'll be reaching out to them.
Yes, sir. I sent them a reply to their email and said that when the gentleman, I think he's based in Illinois, when he's down, he asked to get together again, and I invited him to town hall so we can meet and continue our conversations.
100%.
Yeah, so we are taking every step possible to avoid that. That's why we re-engage with them. Fortunately, I mean, the individual who basically got them off the wrong footing that we were getting off to at the beginning, unfortunately, she is no longer there. Her successor is a great gentleman, but it just seems as if, again, the goalposts keep getting moved. So I don't want to predict what's going to happen in the future. All I can tell you is that we are absolutely making every opportunity taking every opportunity available to go ahead and avoid any litigation. But they also need to understand, from our perspective, that we have been more than accommodating when it comes to their concerns about safety, right?
Yep.
And some of the solutions to their problems are out of our control because we were made to modify the road design. But we've come this far, it wouldn't make sense to turn back now. I'm pretty sure I'm confident they're gonna see that. But more importantly, I think we're all waiting to hear back what the feedback is from the various agencies before we make any final decision. And again, you have my word. Trust me, again, as somebody who has been very clear that I don't want to be involved in any more lawsuits than, if we don't need to, especially if they have a very low chance of success. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure we're not in that position.
No, it's great to hear we're doing everything on our end. Right?
We 100%
absolutely.
are.
Thank you.
We have met them at their headquarters. Now we're going to bring them over to ours.
Mayor, before you leave 59th
sure.
Avenue, I just want to state one thing, which is my plan is next week we have a special call meeting for the setting of the millage, and I don't want to convolute it with too many other things, but I am going to bring one item as a procurement item for your consideration, which is we want to do an appraisal of each of the little slivers of land so we can know what the value of those lands are and what the value of the land west of the roadway through the aviation property. We believe that our roadway is going to enhance the value of that property, and we want to get that valuation. We have a proposal that Omar is still tweaking with the appraiser, but we believe it'll be ready to present to you for procurement approval that will be paid from the capital account.
Mayor, I have a question on that item.
Just so you know, the order was to come to Councilman Sanchez, so as soon as we finish with Councilman Sanchez, we will go to you. Councilman Sanchez.
Well, thank you for all the great work that the Public Works Department does. Just wondering, do you have an estimated date for the groundbreaking of the bicycle lane in Park West?
Our goal is within the next 3 months, and what we currently have pending is the completion of the negotiations for the inspection contract, the CEI. We received a response back, so we've already gone one round of negotiations. So if that is successful, within the next few weeks, we should have an executed contract and start planning to get our pre-construction meetings with FDOT and the rest of the team, and then get into construction. But again, within the next 3 months is our goal to break ground.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Councilman Herzberg.
That's okay. The town, we'll talk about it. I'll be up at 1 o'clock local, but we'll talk about it next meeting.
Okay, anyone else? Questions of Director Santos? I know the Vice Mayor's in the back there. Does he have any questions? No? Okay, perfect. All right, so we are now on Councilmember Fernandez's favorite item, 8C, alternative color schemes for the proposed Northwest 77th Court entry feature. If this passes, I might go back to revisit my item to paint the one there on 67th Avenue. Director Bagdown.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Jeremy Bogdan, Director of Parks and Recreation. The item you have before you comes off of council direction and discussion at looking at the upcoming exit feature for 77th Court at the same time, as the mayor just mentioned, potentially looking at adjusting the mirroring entry feature at 67th Avenue. Before you have three proposed alternatives that start with a lighter, more brighter color that move transition into a warmer beige and then a darker gray color tone. This is kind of a span of different options, but at any point, this can be something that we can discuss further if there's any other options the council has in mind. With that, any questions?
Any questions from the council? Councilman Cuadra Garcia?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think that,
make sure you hit your mic.
Yep. I think that the color, I don't know what you call this, if it's called sandalwood or topaz or what it is.
Mm-hmm.
This one on page 18 would probably be the best choice due to the fact that it probably won't get as dirty.
Okay.
And I mean, that's my 2 cents.
Okay. Anyone else? Councilman Herzberg?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. First of all, you asking for us to make a motion direction today to make a decision?
Yes, the goal here is to look at direction for the 77th Avenue entrance feature.
Okay.
So yes.
You know, it's funny. I look at these and people say, "What happened to color?" Right? Things used to be a lot more color in life in like the '90s and '80s. But anyway, I digress. The problem I have with 1 and 2 is they're gonna get dirty all the time. Like, just dirty, and we're gonna be calling the town manager, telling him, "Hey, pressure clean it doesn't look good." So I'm dead set on 3 because of that. I like the contrast, and we won't have to clean it as much. I think it's an easy decision. I don't know I don't know Councilman Fernandez's position if you want to make a motion, but.
May I? Yes. Through the chair. Thank you, Vice Mayor. So all of them are fine with me, honestly. Probably the last one is my least favorite, but I understand that 1 and 2 are my favorites. The point is, I think, to get the sign up. I don't necessarily, I think there's good and bad in choosing, you know, the color scheme, but I think that the point of my original item was to get a sign up, and then I'll hear what the rest of my colleagues have to say, but I do like 1 and 2. I understand the concern about getting dirty, but that's something that we have to just face in the future. That's it.
1 second now, Councilman Garcia. Mr. Manager?
Yeah, I just want to be clear that one of the options, Jeremy has labeled 1, 2, and 3, but the actual current color scheme of the one on 6-7 is still obviously an option. So we actually have 4 options before you.
Yeah. Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I know the mayor brought this up a couple of years ago. He wanted to bring up some color, but it was it was just done. It was a couple months after. We wanted to see how it, I would like to hear, honestly, because I know he wanted to bring some color into this. So I'd like to hear from the actual mayor when he gets back. Do you guys want to maybe push this back a little bit until he gets back on?
Well, I have a question for the director, if you don't mind, Vice Mayor. What's your preference? I don't want to make a decision. I'm not good at this stuff. What's your preference?
So
if you say go 1, I go 1. I'll vote however you want me to vote.
So to the point that the council has already brought up, one of the reasons we went with that softer gray tone was because it was kind of not too dark and not too modern, but gave us the flexibility as far as maintenance that it would hold up to both sun UV longer as well as any rust deposits, anything from irrigation. So it was a kind of happy medium, but to Councilman Garcia's point, the discussion previously was the mayor looking at other options that would move away from that. So essentially, on our end, the darker tones are easier to maintain. There is less chance of degradation of the actual colors of anything getting on it, and it's a simpler piece to maintain. But that is for discretion as far as what we want moving forward.
I have a couple of comments and questions on this. What is the current maintenance cycle, specifically pressure cleaning, on the remainder of our monuments and entry features throughout the town?
They are as needed.
As needed.
As
so there's
needed.
no actual cycle that's put in place?
Correct.
Okay. With this area, is this area where the proposed sign is going to be, is that area irrigated?
Nope.
Okay, so we don't have a rust concern the way we might have in other areas?
Correct. There are some, it is adjacent to some bushes along the edge. I have to go out there and see what bushes are, if they have any seeds or any type of fruit. That would be the only other concern in that area. But correct, there is no rust irrigation system in that area.
Yeah. My main concern with the darker tones, I'm really glad you brought this up, because when I drive by the one by the Gratney, I miss it completely. Because it just blends into everything else, because it's kind of boring. It's gray. I really love option 1. Obviously, that's probably the biggest magnet of all of them for dirt. But again, you know, Councilman Fernandez is going to love me on this one. But you know, I really don't like the idea of picking an option that none of us really like, over saving a couple of bucks when we're talking about just sending a guy out there with a pressure cleaner to rinse it off every so often. I think the town of Miami Lakes can afford that, guys. I really do. And it's a very nice thing. I'm coming back to you. So yeah, if it's up to me, I go option 1. Councilman
just make the motion then.
Okay. If I may, there are solutions to problems, right? Sealing is one of them. I have for my backyard, I have a deck that is very white, And every other year, I seal it to make sure that when it rains, and there's even solutions that have been introduced by town residents because they are vendors for this product, where you spray it and forget it, and the rain actually cleans it for you. So just because it can get dirty doesn't mean that it has to get dirty. The same reason we wax our cars, the same reason that we that we seal our driveway, our paver driveways, and our decks in the backyard, everything like that. So I feel like maybe yes, it's a little bit more of a fund that expense for a long-term savings, where we don't have to send somebody out to pressure unit because it's been sealed, and just take that into account for the ripple effect costs to maintain this type of project. But I agree, the lighter color is going to be way more. There's a reason why the underpass on Miami Lakes Drive is white, it's not gray, and so that people can see it. It stands out. And the gray one, I agree. The one on 67th Avenue, I know it's there, and I still miss it at times because of the gray color to it. So I preferably like the second option, the beige color, because it feels homey. It feels warm, which is Miami Lakes to me. And I feel like the white that's above on option 1 is more to our neighbors to the south and to the west. But I feel like if we seal it, we don't have to be out there as often pressure cleaning it. So my vote is for option 2.
Yes.
And then the only one other consideration that staff took into this is also looking at the wall that is not covered by bush along 77th Court. It is closer somewhere in between that beige and white. So the perimeter wall that is in that area is closer to that beige and alabaster color.
87th?
77th.
Oh,
So 77th.
So does that mean that going with the beige or alabaster is actually going to make it blend into that?
It's going to match. So the adjacent home of what we're looking at right now, the identified space, is covered in bush. So there is a contrast regardless. When you go down a little further south and you start to see the wall where it's not covered and obscured by any bushes, and it's closer to those colors. So that was another consideration of why there was light options chosen, so it would match the area and where it was going.
Okay, I'll just see if my colleagues agree. I think option 2, the beige, is a little too old school for my taste, so I'm gonna go with option 1. I'm gonna move option 1 and see what my colleagues say.
I'll second.
Second. Any discussion? Any yes or no's? All right. Those in favor say aye.
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 Those against say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Director. We are now on to item number 8D. Change in October council meeting date by Manager Peterman.
Yeah, this is mine. The International City Managers Association Annual Conference and Educational Symposium in October is being held on from October 16th through the 21st. We currently have scheduled our October council meeting for October 20th. So what I'm requesting so that I can go and take advantage of the educational portion is to move the council meeting from the 20th to the 13th.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
And then there's a second. Did you want to discuss anything?
No.
My, I guess, question is, if our budget director could show up, that'd be great. We're past the budget period on this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we already have an adopted budget. Okay, so I have no problem with this. Any other discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
I want to be clear. This would be in because it's October, right? So it would be in next year's budget. So it would be still with funds that have not been approved yet. But
no, he's asking if it would affect us budget
No.
schedule.
Yeah,
no, we'd be past it already.
When I heard budget, I almost started to have the delirium tremors. But
No,
nothing to do with the budget.
Good.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're good. So seeing no further discussion, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. Motion passes unanimously. With that, we are on to the attorney's report on resident notification of HOA restrictions. Mr. Deputy Town Attorney.
844.
So there's two things, Mr. Council. I was going to say Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, but none other, or Mr. Vice Mayor. All right, so there's two issues, there's two matters that are on our report. One was with regards to HOAs. So, generally there's a lot of issues when you have and you try to combine HOA information on a municipal webpage. Among them is the state really has established certain types of frameworks on how HOA manage and retain, disseminate their information. That kind of conflicts with the way that cities are required to. Additionally, also being able to put the webpage of the city has to be specifically towards promoting a municipal items and municipal purpose. HOAs are completely different, even though they live within the municipality. They're governed by completely different rules and they have different purpose. Also, it does open the city a bit with regards to potential liability in putting information on HOAs in our webpage. So for all those reasons, I would suggest that we don't, at this time, put any information with regards to HOAs other than if you want to list that they exist, that's fine. If you want to list, and that's to the extent that I would really suggest.
Thank you. Any questions of the attorney on this item?
Because it was,
okay,
if you
we'll
don't
begin
mind,
with
sir.
Councilman Garcia and then go to the vice mayor.
How about just contact information and links to their websites? We can't even do that? Not even
I
contact
wouldn't.
information?
The problem is they change.
Please speak into the mic.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Councilman, the problem is that they change.
Mhm.
The notice, address, everything changes, and now the resident's going to say, but the town told me, and we're going to get in the middle of a dogfight. I mean, when residents have an issue with their HOA, it's bad enough when we've got a room full of people here. You know, we've got enough issues of our own. Bringing those in, as lawyers, we get very, very cautious and very concerned.
No, of course.
There's a couple, two other reasons that legally that are just as additional. There's a lot of reasons why it's a bad idea, but one of them is under Chapter 119, we have to be very careful as far as public information and how we redact that information. Once you start putting information on our webpage, even links that contains maybe information of somebody else that's maybe part of that HOA, then you could run into the risk of, you know, running afoul of maybe some of those public records. It's possible. The other part too is there's very specific laws, and it's statute, I think 720-303, that mandates how associations on their online portal have to maintain their information and protect certain information that's on there and have certain data. So by us putting that link on our webpage, if they're not maintaining that and we're addressing people to that, to those web pages, we can open ourselves and be found responsible. I mean, there is that possibility. There's a lot of open issues there, Councilman, that could open the town up to liability.
Because the spirit of it was just to make the communications better with the residents and the town and the HOAs, to try to avoid time spent and money spent on changes and things like that. So I guess we're going to have to come up with another way to educate the residents, to make sure they're looking at the HOA, go before the HOA first, make sure the HOA approves before, you know, just there's got to be something we can do with that. That doesn't put us in. Can we do maybe every once in a while, just maybe something our communications departments, on our communications department website or on our Facebook website? Nothing we can do. Not even on our TV screens?
I can't suggest that as your attorney.
Okay. If anybody has any
Yeah,
ideas.
you were next. Yeah.
I just wanted to ask, Mayor, when you were on the Neighborhood Improvement Committee, at that time, they had like constant relations with the HOAs, right? And if I remember correctly, Chairman Rudy, he mentioned—
Lloredo.
Thank you, Lloredo. He mentioned that they were kind of going to cease that because it was so difficult to keep in touch with these HOAs. It was kind of like herding cats.
So, yeah, the founding resolution for the Neighborhood Improvement Committee required that there be quarterly meetings with the various HOAs and condo boards in the town as a way of keeping everybody interconnected and to keep the town aware of their challenges and figure out how we can work together. At the time when I left the committee to run for office in 2018, that was still going strong, and you know that was driven in part by various efforts we did, you know, to boost attendance, whether it was, you know, working in a lake presentation by Professor Cinto, Dr. Cinto, with our lake quality studies, or other, you know, informational items that would be a draw for them, in addition to talking about their issues. I do recall that conversation that Chair Lloredo was saying it's becoming more and more difficult to keep that up. So I think, if I recall correctly as well, he was kind of asking us to change our resolution. I thought we did. Didn't we make it more, I'm going to defer to Councilman Herzberg, who seems to have more recollection of this, but didn't we do it as biannual?
So, correct. It was an item I brought up early on in last year for the town to get the contact information for the HOAs, not to share it, more for us. So we knew we can call the HOAs, we can try to figure out when their meetings were to go to meetings and whatnot. And then that was brought up that the NIC had that issue. And we did. They wanted to do it. They wanted to get rid of it. And I believe we told them to do it twice. They did have an event, a few months ago, that was HOA related. I don't necessarily know how they contacted the HOAs, what type of outreach they have, but I mean, the town does have a working list. I don't know how recent it's been updated of the HOA, what their, who their management company is, and some of them we might even have when their meetings are. So internally we have information, but yeah, the NIC is supposed to continue to do that, and they did have something HOA related within the last few months. That's when Ron McGill came. I believe that was that event. So it's still there.
Yeah. Hey, Vice Mayor, we go back to you.
No, it's just to say, look, I think I said when the item first came, I expressed some opposition, and it came primarily from my own experience with HOAs, and that, one second you have a great board that is on their game and makes sure to update the town on its registered agent, its mailing address and whatnot, and then the next you have a completely different board that is derelict in their duties. And I also think it's important to mention, we have a lot of HOAs in this town, because I think it's easy for us to think of like the big ones, the Royal Oaks, the Lake Glen Ellens, the Loch Lomans, but then you have like the really little ones, and you have sometimes masters and what do you call the ones below? Subordinate HOAs?
Mm-hmm. Sub-associations.
Sub-associations, thank you. Where it can get complicated. I just think that we complicate our lives a little bit. That is a private, what gives rise to HOAs is private contracts, right? Everyone asks, how do these HOAs have so much rights? Well, it's because it's a private delegation of rights to an HOA. And our state condones it through the freedom of association and the freedom to privately contract. We are the opposite, quite literally. We are a public entity. They look public in the sense of they go through elections and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, they're just a board of directors for a corporation, for a nonprofit corporation. And if they can't figure their stuff out, we're not going to be able to figure it out for them, is my biggest thing. And again, just from my experience dealing with them and being in one, I can tell you it can be a nightmare.
Next person, before we go back to Councilman Garcia, is there anyone else who would like to speak in the first round? Seeing none, Councilman Garcia, you're recognized in the second round.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the feedback, town attorney, and yeah, well, I guess we'll have to figure out another way of improving communications between HOAs, the town, and their residents, maybe through the NIC again, maybe redouble our efforts in that aspect, so I'll reach out to them. Thank you for your feedback.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we are on 9B, feedback to be provided on the town charter ballot questions. Before I speak, I'll go to the town attorney to go ahead and present the item and get it teed up for us to have a discussion and vote.
So there's two resolutions. One is on the question that you approved, that the mayor pushed forward, and that is a charter question that you as a council are putting forward to the residents if you approve it. So before you have the actual resolution. There's two small changes after discussion with the mayor. We sidebarred, and they're important. So I'm going to read it out into the record. And the question would be, shall the town charter be amended to revise the council vacancy procedures to provide that the mayor nominate a replacement within 45 days, comma, with council confirmation within an additional 30 days, comma, for vacancies with more, so striking out less, more than 6 months remaining. And to provide that if the mayor's office becomes vacant, the vice mayor completes the term. So the sentence that you have before you that says to require a special election for vacancies with 6 months or more months remaining, that would be stricken out. If you want me to read it again into the record?
Yeah, read it one more time for the
Sure.
record, and then we'll go, or I'll make my motion.
Shall the town charter be amended to revise the town council vacancy procedures to provide that the mayor nominate a replacement within 45 days, comma, with council confirmation within additional 30 days, comma, for vacancies with more than 6 months remaining, semicolon, and to provide that if the mayor's office becomes vacant, comma, the vice mayor completes the term, question mark.
Thank you very much. Now, colleagues, before I make my motion again, the issue with the prior version of this ballot question that was proposed by the Charter Revision Commission, and to be clear, that one is still going to be on the ballot because we have no discretion to prevent that one from appearing on the ballot. But this is meant to be an alternate question that I think better solves the issue that we had with that section, which namely was the mayor needed more time to go ahead and make the nomination. And I used the seat 6 situation that occurred when that vacancy happened right in the middle of the holiday season, which led to a lot of confusion and a lot of scurrying. So I think changing it to 45 days for the mayor to nominate is more than enough time. I think also having a firm timeline on which the council must act achieves an important policy objective, which is that we need to have a decision one way or the other. And then if it does not, if that nomination for whatever reason does not succeed in being appointed, so, by council confirmation, then either the council will set it for the next regular election or a special election that they're choosing. Which I think and it leaves the time frames 6 months less and 6 months more intact as they currently are in the charter. That is the spirit behind this, and I also want to include that the attorney has advised me, based on his discussions with the Department of Elections, that they're advising that this item go first. I personally am fine with moving it in the middle of the list somewhere, or whatever, or not in the middle, but somewhere else in the list. But I've been advised for the ease of transmitting it to the department, it would be better just to put this question as question 1. Is that accurate?
The problem is that when we transmit the questions, we have to transmit them as 2 separate items to the elections department. So
it either
the other
goes
one
at
is
the bottom
numbered.
of the list or it goes at the top?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just that. And obviously, I think that this is an important change. I think the one that came from the Charter Revision Commission is quite deficient, for the reason I put on the record last time. So my motion would be to go ahead and transmit this resolution as item number 1, as it is stated before you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Mayor, and that cleared it up because I was confused on why it was 6 months, but now it's no more. And I understand the item. I guess the question I have is, based off this item, if this item were to pass, and that means it would have more votes than the one the commission provides. Even if this one has 60 and the commission has 55, this one prevails, right? That's how
Correct.
it works. What happens if there is no confirmation? Because it's a 6-6 council usually, right? I mean, it's a 6-person council. So what does it say?
Well, similar to what it's basically preserving what's there now. If the nomination fails, then it goes to the next regularly scheduled election, or the council can schedule a special election, much as what we did in seat 6.
Okay, I mean, that's fine, and I agree with this language. Because of the timing, I didn't see a need to really change that language too much. Is this question sufficient for that purpose?
I believe so.
Fine? Okay,
Yeah,
I'm fine with it.
The reason why it doesn't mention that other step is because it doesn't change what's already there. Yeah.
Perfect. I have no problems with this. I'll be for it.
Thank you, Councilman Herzberg. Anyone else? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. We are now on the CRC proposed amendments, which I believe we're here mainly to discuss their ordering. Mr. Attorney, you're recognized to present the item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. The item that you have on your desk is very similar to the item you saw the last time, which you did pass, and you instructed me to come back with a new order. And based on the numbering and how they were provided, I have added those. The only one that I placed as, I think it's there as number 8, no, not number 8, number...
Okay, are there...
Number 5.
Oh, sorry.
Is the appointment of the town clerk.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What was it?
Yeah, so number 5 was the appointment of the town clerk with appointment by the town council.
Got
was
it.
put as number 5.
That's where it is numbered now.
Correct.
Okay. So questions of the attorney? Questions of the attorney? All right, seeing none, does that mean we're ready to vote? Okay, so then all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, the motion carries. You are free to transmit away.
Oh,
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, you
Do you
made
have
a
anything?
motion.
Oh, my apologies, you're absolutely right. So, okay, so we did not yet vote. I'll go ahead and move it. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Yeah, it's been moved and seconded by the vice mayor. All those in favor now, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and now the motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Attorney, and sorry about the confusion there to my colleagues. Sure.
Resolution can be passed by voice vote?
Yes. Yeah, or ordinances, especially ordinances on second reading, need to be roll call. Okay, so with that, transmit away, Mr. Attorney. And we are now on item 11A. So we go to the manager for an introduction.
Yep, Jeremy?
Good evening again, Jeremy Bagdown, Director of Parks and Recreation. This evening, I have the pleasure to introduce to you the town's new Arbor Coordinator. She comes to us with a background in plant science with a minor in horticulture, environmental horticulture, and a recent grad of the University of Florida's agronomical program. Michelle St. Fleur, who we have here with us, has been with us now since the tail end of June, so I believe her first day was June 22nd. She's already transitioning into the town and transitioning into the team. We look forward to her extensive knowledge in the biology of plant life and adapting it to our arbor and our tree canopy and continuing to grow our canopy beautiful. So with that, I introduce Michelle.
Yeah, and despite the fact that she's a Florida Gator, we still hired her.
Boo! No, I'm just kidding.
Good evening. I'm excited and honored to be joining the town as Arbor Coordinator. I'm excited for the opportunity to care for our community's urban forest, as well as to grow it too. And also, I look forward to working with you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, wait. Sorry, the hazing is not over yet. Councilmember Sanchez from the Navy has a few words.
Well, I want to say welcome to the town of Miami Lakes. You're going to see there's a lot of passionate people in the town about our canopy especially, but we also have a lot of passion about mulch. So we want to make sure.
There is a mulch genocide going on in this town as we speak.
So,
and he's the culprit.
So we do have someone that is, it's very passionate about mulch and the natures of mulch, and there's other individuals that like to use Wikipedia to research the effects of mulch and cancer. So I just want to make sure that that I appreciate all the education that you have, and we look forward to the knowledge that you can bring to the town with regards to all plant life, not just our canopies and mulch.
I'll do my best. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia. Yeah, you might want to wait here a little bit.
I knew he was going to come.
Well, this is not the mulch guy, so but
Okay,
but yeah, he's the mulch guy. But we'll get to him next.
No, I'm going to ask a
Councilman
question.
Cuadra Garcia.
I'm going to ask a question for Dr. Mulch. Michelle? Michelle, does mulch bring termites?
Does mulch bring? As far as I know, for mulch, what it can do is create an environment of high moisture, and depending on how much mulch you apply, it could be bad for the plants, especially for palms. If you put too much mulch, it can kind of rot the bottom of the palm because the roots do need to breathe.
But my question is, termites. Have you heard anything? If I go to ChatGPT right now and ask her, does mulch bring termites, what would she say?
I am not.
ChatGPT is an it. We're not assigning it a gender.
I have not done extensive research on termites, so I cannot give you a certain answer right now, but it is possible that the mulch can attract the termites as it can create a favorable environment for them.
That's it. Thank you.
I like a rebuttal, Mr. Mayor.
This is the mulch guy. Councilman Herzberg.
I guess this is the anti-mulch corner. I'm not a mulch fan. I'm an anti-mulch, just to let you know. Welcome. This is a very important position for our town. We all said, there's a lot of people that are passionate, rightfully so, about our canopy. And I look forward to working with you. I spoke briefly with the town manager about your qualifications, and it seems like this is a great pick. And yes, I like to limit the amount of mulch, both for fiscal reasons and aesthetic reasons, in my opinion. But we'll have those discussions soon in budget season, guys, so get ready. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Vice Mayor, this is our park frolicker.
I am the park frolicker. First of all, I'm so sorry. You showed up here to deal with shade trees and beautiful canopies, and you got stuck talking about mulch.
No, it's okay. It's all part of it.
And just wait till you start talking about Brazilian peppers. Staff knows. First and foremost, I want to welcome you. Thank you so much for taking a chance on us and bringing your knowledge to us. I wanted to ask, and maybe it's more of a question for Jeremy because it actually came up today. Would it be within her role to be in charge of determining when our swale trees need medication or some sort of treatment because they look sick or something like that?
No, that's something that we'll still take a look at internally. Both myself, you also have Dr. Jose Orellana back there, our green space superintendent. So we have an extensive history of knowledge for the town. So we've probably dealt with it. So for the meantime, she'll be mainly relaying with us. But yes, down the road, she's already gone through IFIS, which is the UF's version of introducing the knowledge of tree trimming. She's already gotten certified basic tree trimmer, so she understands that aspect. But more in-depth items directly with arbor care would be something that we would still look over.
Got it. Perfect. Welcome again.
Yes, thank you so much. Is there anyone else?
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez, this is our traditionalist.
Welcome.
Councilmember Fernandez, just in case. You're recognized.
Thank you. Welcome. I think they've said it, and you're going to hear it from, we are passionate about our trees. We love them, and I'm sure that you are too with your background, so I just wanted to welcome you.
Thank you.
There we go. So we got mulch guy, pepper guy, tree man, Navy guy, so we got a couple here. All right, Mr. Manager.
Yes, we have one more staff member that in the Public
And
Works
Michelle,
Department,
thank you, and welcome to the Town of Miami
Director
Lakes.
Santos will introduce.
I will keep mine short. So, many of you may not know, but in Public Works, we have a sub-department called General Services. This department is in charge of, amongst other things, keeping rooms cold is one of them.
My favorite.
And just the maintenance overall of our facilities. It also serves as they assist parks with pocket park maintenance and just general facility maintenance. So with that, I am pleased to introduce our new facilities coordinator, Eliezer Rayo. He comes to us with a background in logistics coordination and planning, and he will be working hand in hand with the department manager for the General Services Department to ensure that all town facilities are maintained well and serviced. Eliezer?
Good evening, everyone. I just want to thank God to this opportunity that you give it to me, and I appreciate, and I just want to do my best, and happy to be part of the Town of Miami Lakes team. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you so much, and welcome to the Town of Miami Lakes.
Yeah, and GSA also handles our oversight of our fleet, which is
Of what?
of our fleet.
Oh, yes.
So-
Angela's definitely going to love him then. All right. Well, thank you very much. We are now on 12A, the consent calendar. Is there a motion?
I'll move the consent calendar.
It's been moved by the Vice Mayor. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Garcia. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. The
Omar.
item...
Omar, don't leave.
Oh, yeah, I'm like, who's objecting to the...
Omar.
All right, the ayes have it. The consent calendar is passed. And before we continue on to ordinances on first reading, I realized there was something I forgot to do at the top, and just in case I hadn't made the motion previously, but I need to reopen the order of business. Is there a second?
move Second.
Second.
It's been seconded by the Vice Mayor. All those in favor of reopening the agenda say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. And it's very simply to combine the other big topic tonight, which is my item and Councilmember Cuadra Garcia's item Items 16A and B, I believe they should be taken concurrently at the same time. It just is more efficient that way. So with that, all those in favor of the amended agenda? Yes, sir?
Can
Or
I
rather,
also-
I'm sorry, but you're right, I haven't even made a motion yet, but go ahead.
I was going to also just recommend, I don't know how colleagues feel of just bringing up the quasi judicial if they're here, so they don't have to wait.
Are those here for the site plan? Are you here for the site plan approval?
Okay.
Okay, yes.
So
So you know
they
what?
don't have
So let's deal with that. So then, let's move 15A to our next item, right? That will be the next one we consider. So 15A ahead of ordinances on first reading. And then we will combine 16A and B when we get there, right?
I'll second.
So, okay, well, I'll move it. It's been seconded by Councilmember Fernandez. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no.
No.
Now, one no. The ayes have it, and the agenda is amended as stated. And we are now on 15A, which is a resolution, a quasi-judicial public hearing, which therefore we will go to the attorney for his required statement.
Please be advised that the following items on the board's agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to be either cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the board to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Any person presenting documents to the board should provide the town clerk with a minimum of 10 copies. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedure may be obtained from the clerk. We're here on hearing number PHS P2026-0195, VARH 2026-0196. The applicant is Store All Acquisitions. The folio is 32-20-22-006-0160. Location 14180 Northwest 77th Court, Miami Lakes, Florida 33016. In accordance with the Town of Miami Lakes Land Development Code, Store All Acquisitions is requesting per section 13304 site plan approval and per section 13305 a variance from section 13-786C to allow the new construction of a four-story self-storage facility.
Mayor.
Hey, Mr. Manager.
I just want to introduce the item.
Yeah, I was going to say, where's Susanna today?
Susanna is in northern Spain.
Oh, wow.
I'm
She's
Susana.
celebrating?
I'm Susana.
Oh, boy, now I'm scared.
Yeah.
So, all right, Mr. Manager, go ahead.
And as the town attorney stated, this is for a site plan approval with a variance. The code allows, this is for a storage facility that's going to be along Perimeter Road, 77th Court, just almost to 78th Avenue. And the only thing is the code allows the proper height, which is what they're going to build out, but it says that it's restricted to 2 stories, which doesn't make sense. There's something that we got to fix in our code. So what they're looking for is a variance to allow 4 stories that would conform with the 50-foot height. It's the very same variance that this council approved for the storage facility that's over on the east side off of Red Road by the Bank of America and the Taco Bell, by Costco. The very same exact variance, because they had the same exact conflicting issue.
So just to be clear then, staff's recommendation is to approve?
Absolutely.
Okay. With that, we'll go to the
Mayor,
Yep.
I'm so sorry. But yes, I need to swear in whoever's going to speak.
Oh, that's right.
Please
Okay,
raise
yeah.
your right hand. Do you swear to say the truth and only the truth, so help you God? Perfect. Thank you. And as well, I need to state for the record that the elected officials, mayor, and all the council members have provided me, the clerk, the ex parte communications disclosure forms.
And before you proceed, sir, I apologize. Because we had not sworn in, I just need the manager who has now been sworn in to go ahead and answer my question. Does staff recommend approval of this project?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Now you may proceed, sir. Well, I'm sorry. I think the mic may be turned off.
It's on now.
Perfect.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thank you very much for hearing this this evening. And I know you've had a very long night. So, first of all, my name is Felix Pardo. My offices are at 2100 Zalzito Street, Suite 303, Coral Gables, Florida. We have a very, very brief presentation, but just so you understand, this is a very unique site. It has chipped out a corner of the site that has a 150 or 141-foot antenna on there that was actually built before Miami Lakes was incorporated. Furthermore, what makes this interesting is that in this area, which started as an industrial area because it is zoned IU-C, and because of that, many of the buildings in the immediate area are over 3 stories or 4 stories, if you will. This is a self-storage building. We have built self-storage buildings all over the state of Florida, and it just does not look like a self-storage building. It's very compatible with the existing buildings or more modern buildings in this area. The great thing about the use of self-storage is that the amount of parking is minimal. So the impact on the existing office buildings that are in that area is negligible, if at all. Second thing is we were able to maneuver around the existing tower, and we were asked by the architectural committee to please buffer with landscaping, heavily buffer the area around the existing antenna, because for years the Graham family has tried to get them to beautify that area, and they just have not been able to. We gave them our word we would, and they were very, very appreciative, and they wrote a very outstanding letter of recommendation for our uses and our intention. If you could please put the site plan up. Okay, sorry. That one. You could see on the upper right-hand corner, you could see the area that's chipped out. It is a long-term lease, but that is a chipped out area that makes it very, very difficult to negotiate the square footage that you would need to be able to make it a competitive project. If you could go to the next one, please. You could see here that the entrance off the major street, which is on the bottom, the full alley, which is on the top, that is for service vehicles, emergency vehicles, and just plain circulation. On the upper right-hand corner, you could see what we did that was requested by the Architectural Review Committee, and you could see the blow-up over on the right-hand side of the antenna area and how we have just absolutely smothered it with trees, both low and high, to be able to cover the fenced area, et cetera, and make it into a much more palatable area. Next slide, please. You can see here that this does not look like a self-storage building. It looks more like an office building. And we've done this before with very strict codes, such as in Collier County, Sarasota, many areas that really, and city of Hollywood, and people are always amazed that it isn't an office building. If you could go to the next slide, please. So that front view, this is where you come in. It's a horseshoe, semicircular type of thing, and we have the parking immediately to the right abutting the front sidewalk. We've only used an accentual color in the canopies to make it clear for people that are coming in, customers that already have a unit there, or new customers that are coming in. They have full access. It catches their eye. And you could see also that the signage that we put up is very, very subtle. Next slide, please. This is the rear view from what is not the principal road, but it's an access easement that looks like a road. So therefore, in this access easement on the back, you could see that we also have fenestration glass. The part on the left, we took the landscaping out so you could see what that side of the building looks like, but right now they have that fence around it. Next slide, please. And there you could see more fenestration over on the corner from the backside. We have removed, on the rendering purposes, so you could see the building better and the articulation in the building. You could see there clearly that we have fenestration, we have movement. Staff was very happy with this, and so was the Architectural Review Committee. They were very complimentary. So we have removed there maybe more than 20 trees just so you could see the building. But as you saw in the previous landscaping drawing, that it is completely full. Next slide, please. This is the copy of the letter from the association and endorsing this, and they thought that it was a very clever use of this particular parcel. And that concludes my presentation, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pardo.
Thank you.
Before, the Vice Mayor just asked me a question regarding the public hearing. We will get there in due time. But first, questions only of the applicant, not discussion yet. Are there any questions among my colleagues of our staff or the applicant? Oh, yeah, you can also ask
Through
the
the
staff.
chair?
Yeah. Well, first Councilman Fernandez and then Councilman Garcia.
I think I asked, but I'll ask it. Did this go through planning and zoning? Did they have to go through P&Z?
I don't know, I don't believe, because normally when it does go through P&Z, they'll reflect it in the staff report, and I don't see it, so.
Isn't Justin here? I thought I saw him earlier. If he's available, maybe he can answer that for us. Yeah, and maybe in the meantime, okay, well, we have our Deputy Town Attorney to stand in, okay.
Sorry.
Did this go through P&Z?
It did not go through P&Z, no. This type of item, as per our code, goes directly to you.
Okay, got it.
It's for site plan approval with a variance.
Okay, with that, Councilman, or do you have anything else? No. All right, Councilman Garcia.
Just a quick question. So it was approved for 2 stories, the variance is for 4. So was the two-story plan approved?
Yes, the 2-story goes to 4 stories. The overall height, we are under the overall height, which is 50 feet, which is the right-of-way width in the front, based on the zoning.
Yes, sir.
The issue becomes is that our code is silent when it comes to the actual height for these type of storage facilities. But since it's considered a commercial building, in our code, commercial buildings can go up to a height of 50 feet.
Okay.
So it says 2 stories, 50 feet. So what he's requesting is, in order, since the code is kind of a little vague when it comes to this issue,
Sure.
to allow it to be 4 stories interior.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you.
And with that,
Further questions? Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to get a little clarification. What is it that I am going to be voting on?
15A.
I know it's 15 alpha.
Site
but-
plan approval to approve the site plan and a variance to allow them to do 4 stories instead of 2 stories. But the height that they're building is actually less than the height that they are allowed to build. They're allowed to build up to 50. I think the plans are 48 or 47 or somewhere in there.
we're about 5 feet under. Yes.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions of staff or the applicant? All right, I'm going to open the public hearing. The public hearing is now open for comments on 15A. Seeing no one in chambers, Madam Clerk, is there anyone online wishing to speak on item 15A?
There are no participants online.
Excellent. Okay, so with that, I'm going to close the public hearing. The public hearing is now closed, and I will go ahead and move the item for approval as presented by staff for the reasons contained in the staff report.
I'll second.
It's been seconded by the Vice Mayor. That's what I heard first. With that, is there any discussion on this item?
I just want to actually say, I was actually kind of commenting it off to the side while you were presenting it. I want to thank you for bringing a design that really does actually, you're saying it and then it's actually blending into the overall area. I really like that design. It doesn't, yes, it's not orange, thank you, or lime green. Actually, I commented, it looks like the headquarters for public storage. It doesn't look like a public storage.
It's funny that you say that, but you're not the first one that has said it on this design.
I thought it looked more like the A-loft, but that's just me.
And that's what,
thank you.
That's what we really like to see here in Miami Lakes, where our buildings really almost grow out of the earth rather than get imposed on it. So it really looks nice. Thank you for
I
that.
think that's a good way to explain it. Councilman Herzberg.
I share the sentiments. I think it's a nice design, and someone wants to develop an industrial building on industrial land, I'm all for it. Looks good for me.
Very good. Thank you. And we're hiding the antenna.
That's a big win. Councilman Fernandez.
Just a comment, because I think for the rest of my colleagues. So if I always say when it comes to building, I mean, nobody wants to see more building, but when it comes to, we can always restrict building and say no when there's a variance involved. But here, they're building, they're asking to build within their max amount of height. And more importantly, I think the reason, or because just the business itself, it doesn't really impact traffic. I think he stated it, but if you just think about how many times somebody goes and visits one of their storage facilities, you know, you could leave something there and not pass by for months and months. So this is really attractive for the town. I'll just leave it with that.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on item 15A.
Item 15A, Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
Item 15A passes.
Thank you
very
sir,
much
for
for
your
your
time.
time.
Congratulations, and
Thank
again,
you.
you can pass on the compliments to your client.
Thank you very much.
Have a great evening.
If they want to build
Oh.
boat storage, that'd be great.
And of course, yes, let us know when they're ready to cut the ribbon. We'll be more than happy to schedule one with them. Thank you so much. Have a great evening. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting back on the main order of business, which is 14A, ordinances on first reading. Mr. Attorney? 13A, my apologies.
13A.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 35, Utilities, Article 2, Utilities, Facilities, and Public Rights-of-Way of the Town Code of Ordinances to align the town's regulations governing the installation, maintenance, and removal of utility facilities within public rights-of-way with current Florida statutes, providing for amendments to definitions, registration, insurance, indemnification, termination, permitting, and related provisions, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. We are now going to go to the Director of Public Works, Mr.
Yeah, let him
Santos.
just give you a quick explanation of exactly what he does.
Yes, to go ahead and introduce the item. Again, these are items on first reading. I just want to note that for my colleagues.
So good evening. So this is part of a review that was started a while back to look at our code and see specifically to existing utility poles, make sure that we have the language in our code to enforce the removal within a timely manner. During the review, we found that specifically to this section, Article 2, we do have that language, but we needed to make some changes to make sure that we're in compliance with current law, specifically some of the statutes, and that's what you have in front of you. Many of the changes are related to that.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Santos. Again, these are items on first reading, so it's very non-traditional to have the discussion on this.
I'm just moving.
Oh, no, okay, no, I'm just pointing it out in general for my colleagues, because we have a couple items on first reading. The Vice Mayor has moved the item. I will go ahead and second it. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ordinance in first reading, item 13A. Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia. Yes. Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
Item 13E, ordinance in first reading, passes.
Perfect. We are now on 13B, amending Chapter 38 of the Town Code, Special Taxing Districts, to be presented by Director Bagdown, after the attorney reads the ordinance into the record.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 38, Special Taxing Districts of the Town Code of Ordinances, amending Section 38-2 to provide a definition of capital improvement and to establish a uniform process for the adoption of special assessments for capital improvement projects with the town special taxing districts, providing for severability, providing for the inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Mr. Bagdown, or Director Bagdown, you are recognized to introduce the item.
Good evening. The ordinance you have in front of you looks at tackling two issues that we, for the past couple years, have come aboard with our special taxing districts. They come off the most recent change in a resolution that was passed in 2024, which started to add some context that started to put us in the position to look at capital improvements, to look at things of changing, increasing assessment rates for different services. So as a part of that, this ordinance here goes ahead and adopts the definition of capital improvement, as well as the establishing the process for assessment rate increases, which is uniform with the same way an amendment to the ordinance will be done. Again, this is an ordinance in first reading, and if there's any questions from the council.
For questions only, anyone got questions? Vice Mayor Moreno.
This is just primarily to address like that gap that we had when Loch Lomond wanted to bring in the special assessment to improve their guardhouse, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Any questions?
And at the same time, identifying and putting the exact definition of what a capital improvement is.
Perfect. Yeah, all right.
I'll
So,
move
Matt, it's been moved by the Vice Mayor. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Garcia. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 13B, ordinance in first reading. Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
Ordinance in first reading, item 13B, passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now on 13C.
Mayor.
But, yes?
I believe Mr. Bashdown wants to provide some information.
Why are you interrupting my flow?
I apologize. There is one item, since we're talking about special taxing districts, that I just wanted to address. I know that there was a public comment through the clerk's office relating to the workshop, and there was a topic on the assessment rates that have already been passed. Just for clarification purposes on the record, these rates are passed, not final till September 15th, and it is not the rate that will be assessed. It is the, at this point, highest rate that has been approved by the council. It still can be, and I want to clarify that, it still can be brought back down. That is when it comes to the time of setting the actual budget for these special taxing districts. Just wanted to clarify that.
Perfect. I think that will help reduce the number of pitchforks that come after you and the budget director, but, you know.
Wait, but I just want to ask our budget director.
Oh, boy.
To confirm that.
Just when she thought she was
we
out.
got a different bit of information during the workshop, so, sorry, when it comes to the budget, she's the one I trust.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you for your trust.
Why do you sound so scared?
Do you want me to repeat the question?
I'm sorry?
Did you want me to repeat the
Yes,
question?
please.
Yeah, what he's saying is that the number that we've set thus far regarding the STDs, that is more like a cap rate, like what we're used to with our budget.
Yes.
It's not a fixed assessment rate, because that's kind of what I think Mr. Yanis told us at the workshop, and I think that that's what kind of led to the confusion, so I just wanted to clarify.
What you have approved and what I have submitted to the property appraiser, which will then be implemented into the trim notice that will go out on August 24th, is the cap of the assessment rate.
Okay.
On September 15th, that is when I will have to submit to the property appraiser's office what the final assessment would be if you so choose to then decide to reopen that and have another discussion to reduce the assessment.
Okay, so it can in fact come down?
It can come down, you just cannot raise it.
Thank you, and I didn't mean to not trust you, Mr. Bagdown. I just wanted to hear from our budget master.
Make sure to add him to the list.
Any other questions regarding?
No, that is all.
All right, so with that, now, continuing on with my flow, 13C, budget amendment for contribution of $1.56 million for a senior center project. Mr. Attorney, please read the ordinance into the record.
An ordinance of the Town Council of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending ordinance 2025-346, approving the fiscal year 2025-2026 annual operating budget to recognize and appropriate a contribution from the Graham Companies in the amount of $1,560,000 for the construction of the Senior Center project, providing for the increase of Capital Projects Fund, Parks Improvements, Revenues, and Appropriations in the amount of $1,560,000 as set forth in Exhibit A, providing for authority, providing for implementation, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, and providing for an effective date.
Try not to sound bored as you're reading that. You know I got nothing but love for you.
Yeah.
Mr. Peterman.
Yeah, real quick, this is just as the approval for the Lakeside project constituted, there was going to be a contribution by the Graham company for that project to the town. They've paid it. This is to accept the $1.56 million and then appropriate those funds to the capital center, or senior center capital account.
I'll move it.
It's been moved by the Vice Mayor. Is there a
Second.
second? Seconded by Councilmember Herzberg, and Councilman Sanchez has a question.
Yes. Will the funds be put into an account that will be interest-bearing in order to increase it over time, like a high-yield savings account or something to that nature?
We commingle our cash.
Okay.
So we have it commingled, and it's always, any excess cash, we always invest it. It's very conservative. Kay and I look at it with the advice of our investment consultant, but it will be invested.
Do you know
until
an average?
the point where we need it. So we always have that conversation. When do you think we're going to need it? Can we put it in a 3-month CD, 6-month CD, a year-long CD? And we have that conversation, and then we, for all of our accounts, stormwater, capital accounts, everything.
When you say conservative, are we putting into accounts where the returns are in the decimals, or are they in the single
No, I
digits,
think
3-4%?
it's they're around 3 or 4% now, right? There you go.
Perfect, okay. Yeah, that way it can carry through inflation and things like that.
Yeah, we have an investment consultant that helps us, and then he helps with the solicitation and goes out and puts it out in the market, and then he gets the solicitation, the responses back.
Exactly.
Goes over it with Kay, and then Kay and I look at it, and then we make the decision of how to place the cash.
Perfect, yeah, because I just want to make sure that 1.56 today, 2 years from now, is not worth 1.56, it just sits dormant. I want to make sure that it grows with the inflation rate. Thank you very much.
Alrighty, with that, no more questions. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ordinance in first reading, item 13C. Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Herzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
Ordinance in first reading, item 13C, passes.
Excellent. We are now on ordinances on second reading, which are public hearings, beginning with 14A, the revised lien reduction ordinance. Mr. Attorney, please go ahead and read the ordinance into the record.
An ordinance
with oomph.
Okay. An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 8, Section 8-7 of the Town of Miami Lakes Code of Ordinances, titled Recovery of Unpaid Civil Penalties. Unpaid penalty to constitute a lien interest to be paid on liens, foreclosure, prohibition of the issuance of permits, licenses, certificates of use and occupancy or zoning approvals to violations with unpaid civil penalties or liens, civil penalty reduction to temporarily reinstate prior lien mitigation schedules, to require town council approval prior to foreclosure on non-homestead property, providing for inclusion into the code, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Attaboy. I knew you could do it. You see, we deal with enough dry material and with tense moments, so it's nice to break, break all that with
Sounds
some
like
levity.
a heat announcer. I love it.
Exactly. So that's where it comes from when I talk about these things. So with that, obviously, this is the lien reduction ordinance. To me, with all fairness to the Vice Mayor, my colleague, it has my name on it, but this is really his item coming back with the revision that he and I would have worked out, but for one council member, unfortunately, not understanding what they were voting on. So here we are now on second reading. Before we, first, to get us in the proper posture, I'm going to go ahead and move the item.
Do you not need to open up?
We will, after we get the item in front of the council. All right, it's been moved by the mayor, seconded by the vice mayor. Before we go into discussion, again, because obviously if it doesn't even get a second, So, all right, with that, we're going to move to the public comment on this item, 14A. The public comment period is now open, or public hearing, rather, is now open on 14A. Seeing no one in chambers, Madam Clerk, is there anyone online?
No participants online, Mayor.
With that, we are closing the public hearing. And we are now in discussion. Discussion on 14A. Colleagues, seeing none, all right. If there's no questions, let's go ahead and call the roll. Madam Clerk, do your thing.
Ordinance in second reading, item 14A. Councilmember Herzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia. Yes. Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The ordinance in second reading, item 14A, passes.
Congratulations, Vice Mayor, and to all my colleagues. But again, this is going to be the last one.
We really
for
mean it
real,
this
for
time.
real. This
We
time I'm
really mean it
super
this
serial, as they would say on South Park. All right. With that, we are on 14B, Budget Amendment, JAG Grant. Mr. Attorney, do your thing.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending fiscal year 2025-2026 annual operating budget adopted in accordance with 2025-346 to recognize and appropriate grant funds awarded to the town by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement under the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistant Grant, JAG, program for the purchase of police equipment, providing for the increase of general fund revenues and appropriations in the amount of $4,054 as set forth in Exhibit A, providing for authority, providing for implementation, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Manager.
Yep, this is the same one you saw last month. This is to accept the second part of the JAG grant this year and then to appropriate it. This is for law enforcement equipment.
I'll move it.
It's been moved by the Vice Mayor. Is there a
Second.
second? Seconded by Councilmember Sanchez. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item 14B. Is there anyone in the public wishing to speak on item 14B? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, anyone online?
No participants online, Mayor.
Therefore, I shall close the public hearing. Public hearing is now closed on 14B. A discussion, colleagues? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ordinance in second reading, item 14B. Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
I approve, yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The ordinance in second reading, item 14B, passes.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We now move on to new business items, beginning with items 16A and 16B, which were combined by previous order of the council. Again, these are identical this is an identical topic, to be clear, but with two different directions. Although I just also want to be clear about one thing, that my item, as it would be in any situation, is not a clean renewal, right? Obviously, there's a negotiating stage here, which the manager and the person I'm nominating that would represent the council in those negotiations, being Councilman Hertzberg, they would need to go ahead and discuss the renewal terms and then come back before this council for a final vote. So just to be clear, that there would be no finality in this situation if we were to go with my recommendation. Now, turning to the counter proposal that is before us tonight, I want to begin by addressing the press release, whatever you want to call it, from the alleged Miami Lakes Civic Alliance, right? The flat, harsh reality here is that there's not a single substantive issue raised in this justifying moving in a different direction from Manager Peterman. That's the reality. In fact, I got a call yesterday from one of the people listed here who told me that they had not even taken a vote on this at the time that this was put out there. So I find that interesting that an organization consisting of however many people are listed at the bottom is putting out a position statement paper without even having consulted its alleged members, right, before putting it out. So that raises a lot of credibility issues with me, in addition to just the fact that what I'm reading a lot into this, and from some of the comments that I've seen justifying going in a different direction, it sounds like a lot of hope and change to me, right? I'm not a big fan of hope and change as a governing strategy. That is a political slogan, and that's all it is. It's about renewal and what can come next. Again, sounds nice, but what's on the other side of that, right? I will give you a perfect example of what having a fresh start and renewal looked like in Miami Lakes history. There was a point where Manager Alex Ray left us. It was in the 2000s. And was replaced by another individual who, as a person, was a standout individual, right? To my recollection, his term was either at about a year or less than before the council had to go back and drag Mr. Ray back into the town because he was not performing his duties as expected. This is to say that just going out and seeing what's out there is not as harmless as it sounds. And getting a new manager that may present well on paper is not going to necessarily yield the result that we're looking for if we're serious about moving the town forward. The slogan of hope and change runs up against the reality of the situation, which is we have a manager who has been with us now going on 10 years. Oh, 8 years, sorry. I'm sorry, I'm thinking about myself in other contexts. But you're right, 8 years, but he's right now at the center of the 59th Avenue project, at the beginning of the Miami Lakes Optimus Park improvements that we're finally getting done. He has been an integral part of the Gratney project. Again, the man's on GMX, on that board of directors. To me, to go and start trying to begin a process for finding a new manager and having that person come in and then have to not only get up to speed on this, but then have to, because they're inevitably going to bring their people, and there's always turnover with all these things, right? So where's that turnover going to come from? How is that going to set us back when it comes to these major capital improvement projects? Those projects are obviously not going to wrap up within the 6 or whatever months it is remaining on the balance of his contract term, right? So these are very real issues, and I have not heard of any, again, putting aside that so far there have been no concrete deficiencies listed. More importantly for me, because I can even understand the desire to just want a new direction, or not even a new direction, but to have a manager that others have had input on. That's an argument that's come up here on the dais before. It's not new, and I understand it. But in practical terms, who comes after him? Mr. Manager, correct me if I'm wrong. When you and I spoke, you were very clear with me that you would not apply if we did not agree to renew your contract. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So if we decide to go into this other direction, he's gone. And now we have to go out with the speculative future, unless somebody can tell me they know they have a candidate in mind who is guaranteed to apply, would be as good or better than Mr. Peterman. If you tell me that, I will feel a little better. But right now, there's a lot of uncertainty, and that is going to be the result of going in a new direction at this time, right? There's just a lot going, a lot of irons in the fire, and him and his team have been at the core of all that. He and I have worked hand in glove on 59th Avenue. He's working diligently on the Optimus Park. I kind of wish that him and staff had come up with this plan back in 2022, but that's another story altogether. But the point is that he has been at the center of that, as is his team. And again, remember, because it happened even when he came in, and I'm sure he'll remember, and for those of you that were even around, there's always turnover when we have these changes. The question is, how big will that turnover be? In which departments? How will that affect us in the middle of all these big projects? So I don't think it is prudent, again, unless there is a guaranteed candidate that is of the same or better value coming in, that will be in the mix and will still go through the committee process like everybody else. But unless we have that, I just think this is hope and change. It's a campaign strategy with very real consequences if we get this wrong. So, and I just want to reiterate as I close, before I make my motion, that this is a two-step process. So there will be another bite at the apple at this for those that are truly not satisfied with the manager's performance, right? Which is, my motion is simply to have Councilmember Herzberg negotiate an extension with the manager. I'm actually partial to a 2-year extension, personally, which I think dovetails nicely with the end of my first term. After all, I don't think anybody disputes that in order to fulfill the intergovernmental role of the mayor, the manager and the mayor have to be aligned. And we are very much aligned, to be frank. And, so that I think also needs to be considered. And so my motion would be to go ahead and consider a 2-year contract extension for Manager Peterman, appointing Councilman Herzberg to go ahead and negotiate and come back to us with the contract. And if we don't agree with it, we don't agree with it, and it is what it is. And then we still have enough time to pursue the alternate committee process, to look for new candidates if need be. And with that, that is my motion. The last thing I do want to add, though, before actually I close, is I want to point out that at no point, not in this letter, not in any other material I've been given or anything else I've heard, no one has complained about projects being over budget. In fact, I don't think that's really been an issue here. I don't think anybody's really had any, major complaints, maybe some disagreements, but major complaints with the staff that he's picked. And so those are things that I think militate in favor of at least keeping the status quo for the next 2 years while I complete my first term. And with that, I close and I make my motion.
I'll second for discussion.
Thank you. Seconded, and we'll begin with the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So first and foremost, I do want to echo the sentiments of some of the residents that came up and expressed sincere gratitude and admiration for our manager and the service he's given our town. And I want to emphasize that my position on this is strictly in my role as a fiduciary for our residents. And I say that because I truly consider him a friend. I consider him a great neighbor and a very ethical and good person. This has nothing to do with that. This is strictly professional. I do believe that our town can look not at the past. I understand that those things happened in the past. You mentioned that, that we switched away from Mr. Ray, and then within a year or so we had to come back. And guess what? The town survived. The town came out of that, and it is doing fine. If he don't find greener grass on the other side, we can always engage in the process again and find it. But I think staying stagnant is not a good thing either. For the same reason that we have term limits on ourselves, I do believe the executive should also have term limits. Not term limits in the same exact sense. It's more contractual. When the discussion last came around, it was more about deficiencies, or as you mentioned, things maybe being over budget or complaints from the council or from residents. That's why they didn't get support, because frankly, Manager Peterman has done a good job. This is more, the contract is up, and do we want to go in a different direction? My position is, personally, yes. I'm tired of being afraid. I'm tired of being told, like, we don't have guarantees. I'm sorry, but especially the attorneys up here know it's the first thing we tell our clients. There's no such thing as guarantees. We'll never say that a case is 100% strong or 100% a loser or 0%. It's somewhere in between. And the same applies here. The same applies with, this got louder. The same applies with the possibilities of a new manager. We may get a dud. That can happen. I'm sorry to tell you that. But very easily, we can also find a phenomenal new manager. And as far as the clean renewal, I have my concerns, because if what we're proposing is another 2 years, then yes, he will be at 10 years, but what are the terms of that? Moreover, what if you don't reach an agreement? Because the message that we're sending by taking this vote today is, we're going with you hell or high water. What incentive is there on that side? Sorry, again, I'm taking my position as a fiduciary of the town, but what incentive is there on that side of the bargaining table to negotiate with you for something that's advantageous to our residents? The answer is nothing, because he holds all the cards and all the leverage. And so that's where I start struggling. As a fiduciary of our residents, it has nothing to do with performance. And then let's just say, because I think I've heard things about the compensation staying where it's at or something like that, then I develop a different concern. My town manager is not going to be getting the standard increases that are customary for a town manager, so we're no longer being competitive. What incentive is there now for him to work harder on behalf of us and on behalf of our residents? There's a lot that goes into it. I respect the opinions of all of the residents that have come forward, all of my colleagues, and most of all, I respect your tenure of service, but I would like to see the options. And I will end by saying, it is a little sad for me to see that it's not something you would be interested in doing in applying if we did proceed, because it puts us in a position of, well, it's either you pick me or I'm not willing to compete for my job. And that to me is like, well, if we do it to all of our contractors, every single one of our contractors, how often do we get up on this dais and we say, hey, this particular contract, can we send it out for bid and see if there's better options out there? And 9 times out of 10, maybe that contractor is the one that wins, because they already know our system, they know what we're willing to pay, and then they keep the contract because they make the best bid. But why are we not willing to do that with one of our larger, well, one of our bigger contracts? Even though it's an employment contract, it's the same concept applies. So yeah, I would like to see it again. With complete respect, you've done a tremendous job for our town. Our town is in a better position thanks to you. And frankly, if my colleagues don't get on board with me, I am happy to continue working with you.
Mayor.
I'd like
Wait,
to.
wait.
No.
That's not how this works. I don't know how many times I have to go over this. Councilman Herzberg spoke first, so we're going to allow him to speak first.
Thank you, Mayor. And listen, this is a very difficult decision, right? And I've been going back and forth on it. I've spoken to a lot of people. First of all, I want to point one thing out. There's nobody here because there's no problem with our town manager. I agree, the idea of going after something new is really exciting, really cool. Someone called me today saying, hey, you guys can pick your own town manager, you can make your own agenda. We make our own agenda, that's our job. Do I have issues, some issues with the town manager? Yes, I spoke to him about it. Does he get into policy a little bit too much? Yes. It's a public record, it's an email. Me and him had a disagreement about the Charter Commission, his involvement. Ultimately, the Charter Commission decided to bring him back. I think that was a mistake by the Charter Commission, but they did it. They did it themselves. But the problem I have is, where's the crisis? Where's every single person that said we should go for into town? Every single person, calls, public comments, this letter from the Civic Association, every single person that said we should replace the town manager says the town manager's done a good job. So we have a potential budget crisis coming up. Potential, we'll see if it passes, for 2 years. I spoke to town manager about that. He's ready to do what we'll need to do, and it might be really difficult decisions for all of us to do, but ultimately, a lot of that is up to us. Someone talked about continuation of leadership's a bad thing. I love aviation, I love airplanes. Delta Airlines is the best airline in the world, right? They've had their CEO for 10 plus years. When someone's doing a good job, you don't get rid of them. I do share the issue of, well, this is a sort of a public position. Should they stay in power so long? I like the idea of 2 years. I do believe this will be the last contract renewal if we have one. I don't believe there should be an increase in pay. I do believe we need to have actual performance standards in that contract. I asked the town clerk for all the prior manager evaluations done in the last 4 years. Myself and Councilman Cuadro Garcia were the only ones that did it last year. Nobody else here did it. It would have helped me a lot if you guys would have done it like I think we all said we were going to.
If I may interject, I'll be honest with you, that's because my position has been the same from the first one, including the wards.
Right, I understand that if there's no evaluation, it means you're doing a good job. I think the contract, and I think we need to do a better job evaluating it. But I went back and looked at evaluations, and they're all very good, including someone who stood up here and said, it makes sense to replace him. The evaluation that council member provided was a good evaluation. So I understand the want to say, hey, let's pick our own manager. It'll be a really cool process. It would, and the political geek in me really wants to do it, okay? But I also watch a lot of town meetings, as you all know, late at night. And the times town manager leaves is, one, they're tied to administrations like the city of Miami. 2, they just resign because they got something else they're retiring. Or 3, they're in crisis. There's a controversy, there's an issue, something happened. There's no crisis. What direction, what specific avenue are we doing wrong, what the town manager is doing wrong? Other than, I agree, there's some intra-politics, intra-relationship things that we need to work on. Me too. I have my issues with how the budget was presented last year and things like that. I get it, and I've let him know about that. But I just don't see the need for the risk because, Vice Mayor, you're completely correct. If we go out the process, it could turn out great, it could turn out okay, or it can turn out a complete disaster. But what we have right now is good. It's performing. We're doing well. The town's heading in a fine direction. Is it perfect? No, we have places for improvement. But I just don't see the reasoning to change something that's working. And again, if I had residents, we had residents here saying the building department's bad, the crime rate is up. Obviously, it's not. If we had residents saying there's issues, then it's something I would seriously consider. But even the people that are telling us we should go a different direction have all said to me, he's done a good job. So what are we doing? Let's negotiate the contract. I already told you, no pay increase is my position. Real performance evaluation and real parameters, and go figure it out. I'll figure it out. We probably have to sunshine something, right, before the next meeting. We got to talk about a timeline. If the council did go in the other direction, I would like you to apply. I would like you to be part of that committee if the council goes in that direction. I hope it doesn't. But that's where I see. I just don't see the problem we're trying to solve.
Now we will go to Councilman Cuadra Garcia and then to Councilmember Fernandez. Councilman?
I'm going to use, thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to speak. I'm going to use something that some of you might be able to use moving forward in the future. I went out this week, and we talk about how do we know if we can find something better. I went out and I did something, and again, maybe all of you can learn from this. Somebody told me I couldn't buy or lease my wife, and I'll tell you why I'm using a car scenario, Mr. Mayor. It was told to me that I couldn't lease her car for $575. I couldn't lease it for any less. I said, okay, that's your best deal. I went to Palmetto 57. Then I went to another dealership down in Pompano. I said, can you do $100 less? And they said, no, but we can do $537. I said, great, I'll take it. I went to another dealership, and I ended up at Rick Case, and the vehicle's outside, leasing it for, and I want to explain to you why. Because the why is, we keep saying sometimes that, the scare tactic. We don't know if we can get anything better. This shows you that you can get something better when you shop. Well, guess what? The contract is outside. I'm paying $479, 0 down, no exceptions. And somebody said you couldn't get it so you could. You just got to forget about those you can'ts and think of what you can do. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that is my 2 cents of the conversation.
Do you have anybody in mind that you would tell to apply in the event? Okay.
But we do, but I want to add something. You walked very hard, and so why should somebody else not have to also do the same due diligence that you do in 4 years or in 2 years? You have to run again and knock on doors and get elected. Why do we let somebody else get elected without the fair due process?
Well, he's already was vetted thoroughly. The first time he was picked, he's been vetted by multiple councils that have taken votes to hire and fire him over the years or extend his contract. I also want to point out, we're not buying a car here. We're talking about the leader of a multi-million-dollar organization with hundreds of employees. The state that manages our taxpayers' money, the stakes are much higher. With respect to my good friend, and he knows that I don't mean this at all sarcastically, Brian and I have known each other since FIU. I actually disagree with you or rather I agree with you that we are fiduciaries of the public's trust and their money. My concern is, for the reason that Councilman Cuadra just stated, is that there's no plan here really on how to reduce our downside and the risk to our taxpayers to ensure that we get, again, a candidate that is at the same level or better than our town manager. Because of that, because there's nothing I've heard to really reduce our downside, that to me would fall short of the fiduciary standard that other fiduciaries that we encounter in our private practice would have to meet, right? There's not enough being done there to minimize the downside. And this is not a scare tactic, this is reality. Coming from the experience that I have, coming from the experience that this town has had, right? You know, there are very real consequences to getting this wrong. And again, the biggest thing that would have allayed my concerns so far have not materialized, which is there a guaranteed replacement that has said they would submit themselves to the process and be a viable candidate? The answer so far has been no. Mr. Vice Mayor.
I guess I'm just a little confused here, because my understanding of the code is what this council is required to do is, if we're going to replace our manager, it's laid out in a code. Step one, hire an executive recruitment firm or something like that. They're the ones that come and make the recommendations. Us bringing people is putting the cart before the horse. Because otherwise, I feel like we could have come prepared with that. But I really think if you're trying to follow the letter of the law, you're not really supposed to be putting out people right now. You're simply supposed to follow the code, which is there for specifically this purpose. But
My friend, who wrote that provision?
Probably you.
Yes.
Well, eat it.
So, no. But listen, no, but here's the reality, right? And there was a lot of misunderstanding by people back in the last selection process that seemed to think that the committee was the end-all be-all. That is not the case, because we always had considered, by the way, that provision in the first place was written into the charter at the suggestion of now school board member Robert Alonso, who was my colleague on the time on the CRC. And, and then from there, I went ahead and made improvements to it with the implementing ordinance. So it was designed in a way where it would have resident input, but if for whatever reason there was some shenanigans that went on with that board, or whatever the case might be, the council was permitted to go ahead and still be able to bring out their own candidate if that was the case. And notice what I'm saying is not to bypass them. It's just to have a candidate that will guarantee that they would throw themselves into that process and be subjected to the questioning and the scrutiny that involves. And it would at least put me more at ease that there is at least a strong, viable contender in the mix without even having to put our thumb on the scale. It's just about making sure that we have a viable plan B. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, just a point of clarification, because I really don't want to engage in an extended back and forth, but I do want to clarify, I wasn't referring to the committee. I was referring to the professional firm that our code requires us to hire, that they are the ones that bring to the committee approximately 15 candidates. If we want to completely overrule the committee, that's on us, and I'm okay with that. A committee serves at our pleasure, but apparently except the charter committee. My main point was to the executive firm that the code requires us to hire in that instance.
Yeah, well, that was something I added a little later, but it doesn't stop you, though, from making sure that they apply, right? Because the headhunter is still going to have to go based off who's willing to come over here and who's going to apply. But I agree with you. I want to go to Councilmember Fernandez, who has not had an opportunity.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to say a few things. I think the thing that we keep going back to, and Vice Mayor, you stated that nothing to do with performance. So why are we pushing to have a new manager when we all agree, and everybody agrees, even those naysayers, the ones who don't think, or rather think that we should open up and search for a new manager, they even are saying that he's doing a fine job, he's doing a good job. We've received dozens of emails. We can argue, are they his friends? Does anybody here think that just because a resident is also a friend, they would, if he wasn't doing a good job, they would still come out here and support him and email us and show their support? I don't believe that. Just because of I don't think so. I think that they truly believe that he's doing a good job. I also want to state that out of all the letters of support and the emails and some phone calls, I did receive one in opposing, us renewing the contract. But I received, and I'll say, I don't know if he wanted me to identify him, but he was a former elected official, which sat mostly on the side of those who fought and were looking to replace him, said, do not replace him. He's doing a good job now. He said, the only way that I would even consider it, these were his words, is if we had somebody in mind and you already had somebody chosen and he was you knew that it was gonna be the right fit and he was gonna be better. But somebody who would, at that time, would say, let's look for somebody else, is saying, he's doing a great job. Leave him where he is. So I just don't see, there's a problem, there's not a problem, and we're trying to find a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. That's my 2 cents.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I was impressed by the number of people that, in fact, I counted over 70 who gave public comment for the manager, and over 100 that have supported you here, and I'm sure there's a lot of others. I think multiple things could be true at the same time. I think the manager could be doing a good job, but at the same time, as a council, we have to be open to the fact that it's going to be 8 years. Unprecedented changes are coming, or might be coming, but most likely will be coming, that will affect our budgets to over the next 2 years, more than 21% or over 20% reduction in revenue. And as a council and as a manager and as a staff, we have to come up with new ideas to be able to maintain the level of service. First of all, make sure our police have everything they want to keep our crime low, and make sure we keep the level of service the Miami Lakers deserve. I think that these items, A should have come first before B, Mr. Mayor, because if A is voted down, then of course B is something we vote on. But if A is voted up, then of course B wouldn't at this point be prudent. But this is my idea, or my thinking. Because of these changes, it is okay for us to. I'm not asking for the mayor, for the manager not to participate. In fact, I want him to throw his hat in the ring. As Councilman Ruano said, it'll be an opportunity for him to, just basically just go over all his wins and give us his ideas for what what the future is coming from Miami Lakes. It's also a good idea. It's been 8 years. If it was 4 years, I'd say no, it's too early. But for that firm to bring in candidates to hear their ideas, I think it's a win-win, because if we decide, or if we hear it, and the manager, the mayor in the end will say who he wants, but he'll be able to hear not only the ideas that the manager comes up with, he'll also be able to basically show his resume of everything he's done. You'll also hear ideas from other professionals, not only from the county, perhaps the state, perhaps nationwide, to come in, give ideas, and perhaps if the mayor decides, you know what, we're going to stick with the mayor, he can incorporate these ideas, and so can the manager, into making the adjustments we need to make, because it is going to be the most difficult challenge coming up for the next budgets if this passes. So I don't see an insult to the mayor, and to the manager, and I've talked to the manager about this. I want you to throw your hat in the ring, sir, because changes are coming. And even if we decide we're going to allow Councilman Hertzberg to go ahead and go ahead and negotiate, changes are going to have to come to your contract, because we're going to lose 20% of our revenue, more than 20% of our revenue over the next 2 years. So there's going to have to be changes all around. So I think this should be a hybrid. Why don't we go ahead and go through the process with a selection advisory board, pick someone that'll go ahead and bring good candidates, 15 good candidates. And Mr. Mayor, if you're not happy with it, then of course you can decide, no, we're gonna keep the manager, and then we can renegotiate the contract. We're putting the cart before the horse here. I think we should honestly take item A up first, since it was first in the agenda. Decide on that. If it's no, then we go ahead and vote for the town manager's contract being negotiated by Councilman Hertzberg. And again, even that negotiation the manager has to be open to changes. He has to be open to differences and changes. And if it's going to be 2 years, I don't know. I think if the mayor's happy with him and he decides you want to keep him, it should be 4 years. Honestly, it should be 4, not 2. That's my 2 cents. I honestly would do a friendly amendment to your item, Mr. Mayor, to vote on A first, yes or no, if we want to do this, and then if it's a no, then we go ahead and go to B. That's my motion.
So the motion that is being made is to actually, in essence, table my item until after we've discussed 16A.
Yes.
Obviously, first of all, is there a second? seconded by the Vice Mayor. Discussion. Obviously, it goes without saying, I disagree with taking up the other one first. I think if mine fails, then it makes sense to progress into his item. If mine passes, then it obviously moots the other one.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily the other way around, in my view. But with that, call the roll on the amendment, on the amendment.
Okay, so taking the roll call on the amendment by
Oh,
count.
wait, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Point of order. Is it a table or an amendment? I think it's a table to, I don't know.
Well, he's couching it as an amendment, but in essence, I believe in practice, it's really an item to
Then
table.
I'll retract and say if we table B to address A first, since
Okay.
it's first in the agenda.
So on the motion to table,
Mr.
Madam
Chair.
Clerk, there's no discussion on the motion to table, so with that, Madam Clerk, call the roll on the motion to table B to consider A first.
Motion to table item 16B. I'm writing as I'm stating it, and to vote, motion to table, 16B. That is the motion, correct?
To table B and
To
take up
B.
A.
Okay. Councilmember Cuadra Garcia,
Yay.
Councilmember Fernandez,
No.
Councilmember Hertzberg,
No.
Councilmember Sanchez,
No.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera,
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
No.
The motion fails.
Thank you. Councilman Sanchez, back on the main motion.
It looks to be that I have arrived at the swing vote designation. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I have a bit of a different perspective than everyone else on this dais. Just to give a little bit of background. In 2018, I was part of that town manager selection committee where 54 applicants applied. And we went round by round, narrowing it down from 54 to 30 to 20 to 10 to 5 with 2 alternates. Speak about myself a little bit. I have an undergrad degree from Nova Southeastern in business management, and I just graduated a couple of months ago from the great University of Miami with a master's degree in public administration. And everything I'm about to say is nothing personal. Everything is going to be professional. I understand that in past administration there was tumultuous times. There were times where there were arguments and, and even individuals that were on the manager's side at the time created a sour relationship. I can only give my perspective on the last year and a half or so that I've been on this dais with items that I've presented, that we have all presented, that have moved forward or not moved forward with either executive decisions or with, conflicting information on what's on emails versus what isn't. But I also see the side of pride. We're all town residents, including the town manager. And when I hear the word, pride is the overarching that I see, where there's more emotion than needs to be. There's more personal emotion than needs to be. When constructive criticism is given to see improvement, it's taken as a personal attack. When new ideas that come from a lack of a better term, a millennial generation comes in, is treated as, if it's not broken, don't fix it, we don't need to move forward, everything is status quo, everything is fine. If that were the case, iPhones would have never been created, standalone emergency rooms would have never been created. So it's, ideas are brought forward, and they just are shut down because, it's at least I've been told this, it's a solution looking for a problem. But I don't like to just be the status quo. I don't like to just sit back and, and be reactive instead of proactive. I like looking towards the future and seeing how things can be better. We've all received, I counted them, 58 emails in support for the town manager, from state representatives, from CEOs, from very influential people that deal with the things that we do in the town. We've received phone calls in favor, but I've also received phone calls against. Because obviously the public sees the environment of the town, but we individually also have a relationship with the manager. Yes, the mayor has the brunt of it. He is the one that is really hand in hand with the manager, but we also work with the manager hand in hand. Not as much as the mayor, but we still have. And when the manager decides to take executive action and sometimes not follow suit with the items that we present that pass, or maybe they fall through the cracks, or maybe they don't make it to the spreadsheet of the projects that are going on, or maybe, items from a year ago that get presented recently because we had to be on top. There's a level of trust that we have to have with the manager, that if we say A, he doesn't do B, and if we say that the sky is blue, he understands that the sky is blue, because that is the hierarchy that we have in the town. It's the town residents, and I've said this before, it's the town residents, it's us, it's the town manager, and it's the staff. The town manager has been phenomenal with the staff, absolutely. Every time we get a review from the staff, it's nothing but glowing. But at the same time, what is the manager doing to hold the proverbial feet of the staff to the fire to make sure that what they're doing is right? I understand the pursuit of perfection. No one is perfect. Only God is perfect. But when things are brought forward and said, they're taken as a personal attack instead of a chance for improvement as constructive criticism from his 7 bosses, technically speaking, it rubs the wrong way. And this is from someone that served in the military, that took orders and gave orders, and someone that went out and got an undergrad degree in business management and got a master's degree in public administration. So do I know for a fact that there's someone better out there? I do not. Am I willing to give it the opportunity? Absolutely. But I'm going to go back to that word pride. Mr. Manager, if you are proud of Miami Lakes, the same way that Dwayne Wade was proud of Miami, left Miami in a very bad situation and came right back to retire here, or just not doing things where it's good for the town. It's serving at the pleasure of the town, and a very good compensation, I might add.
Councilman Sanchez, sorry to interrupt you, but please remember to direct the comments to the chair, just, given the nature.
So I do want to say it's a very tough decision. It's one I'm not going to take lightly. But pride, I think, is a big contention here, is what's good for the town. And with that being said, I give the floor back.
Mayor, if I have a chance to rebut, if you would.
Absolutely. Councilmember Herzberg.
Thank you. All right, first, I guess I won't point out a council member. We have a very good chance of having a budget crisis, period. That is a fact. That is a fact. There's a very good chance of that happening. Do we really think that someone should come in here in February, when we got to start working on the budget in April, to solve that problem? That's a good idea? I don't think that's a good idea. You want to get rid of the person that knows the staff, how this works, where the numbers are. I get it. There's directors. When the top goes up, there can be major changes. I think we have some very good directors here. Those directors might find a different job. 2, on pay. Our town manager, based off base salary, is the 9th lowest paid town manager. So this idea that he's overly paid, overly compensated, it's false. Now, I'm telling you right now, my position is the pay should not increase at all based off the current pay right now. But this idea that the town manager has a high, and I've said it before, this isn't something new. I've said it, I think I might have said in November, I've always said it. When people call me and they tell me, oh, he's paid so much money. No, he's not. He's paid actually below market based off what other cities pay their town managers, and that's a fact. But the problem I have here, and you're right, the way that the town works is the residents come first, always. We work for the residents, the manager works for us. I agree, I've had back and forths, and sometimes it feels like the manager's working more for the staff than for us. He has it's a hard position. And again, you would have asked me this question 2 months ago, I might have been thinking, you know what, maybe it's time for a change. But I really took a deep dive. And I really took the people that called me and went and gave the comments. And I keep going back to the fact that every single person that told me, oh, you should do a new manager, they all said he does a good job. And I go back to the fact of the budget crisis that we might be seeing ourselves into. And the only things that, to me, and I think to a few of you that sway you the other side, is it would be interesting, it would be a new opportunity. And third, yes, there's this dynamic a little bit of the manager, and probably because he's been here so long, of taking policies. To me, I had an item today that honestly the manager wasn't pushing as hard. Guess what? I sent Gina, here's my item, I want to make sure it gets heard. Took the item to my holding hands, just like the mayor said at the Sunshine meeting. It's not just about us, right? And we look at the residents. I barely see anyone here. I've gotten 4 calls from residents, mostly very active residents, and they understand the town, to tell me that it makes sense to find a new town manager. But every single one of those 4 also said, "Oh yeah, he's done a great job." So what are we doing? I just don't see it. And I definitely don't see the idea that we're going to have potentially major budget cuts as let's bring in somebody new that we've never worked with, that doesn't know this town, doesn't know Miami Lakes, doesn't know our staff. That doesn't make any sense to me. So again, I whatever way we go, and this discussion ends. But I do think it, like the vice mayor said, it could be phenomenal. It very well could be. I just don't think it's the time.
Through the chair.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to clarify my position. My position is not that I want to get rid of the manager. My position is that I want to give the opportunity for the manager to compete for his job after 8 years, along with other candidates, compare the two, and most likely because of what everybody said up here, what a positive job he's done, most likely the mayor's going to decide, no, we're going to keep the manager. And I know we had a conversation about it, and I know it feels like a personal attack because you've 40 years of public service. To me, it's all about, it's an opportunity at this time to see to see different ideas, incorporate it into what we do, incorporate it into what you do. And that's why I ask, I would love for you to participate in the process, throw your hat in the ring. And what I'm hearing up here is that most likely, 90% likely, maybe 95% likely, that the mayor's going to decide, you know what, I've seen it all, but we're good with what we have. It's just an opportunity we can't let pass. And that's my point. I'm not here to say I don't want you as a manager anymore. I'm here to say I'd like you to continue to compete for it. And that is my 2 cents on this. And I think we can do both and still pick for the most likely you'll be our manager for the next 4 years. But I just think you have the opportunity to compete for the position and get different ideas. And that's my point. So that's my hybrid, choice. Councilman Morano said it best. It'll give you an opportunity to basically list your resume of achievements, which are frankly very high. We're moving forward. So that's why I think this is an opportunity we can't go by. Nothing to do with your performance. So I just wanted to clarify that before we move on.
So I'm going to close then with my remarks, and obviously there's still time for people to change their votes, but maybe I also, just like Councilman Herzberg, was even clearer, perhaps I also need to be abundantly clear. I continue to hear a lot of hope and change. I hope the manager applies for his job and competes. He's already said he's not going to do that. So if we're going to hope and pray, right, that he does so, he is telling us the one thing we know for sure, that as far as the way things stand right now, he is saying he is not going to do that. So we need to get that out of our minds if that's part of your calculus. It's not going to happen. So we're back then at what we said. This can either go well or it's going to be terrible. And one thing is for sure is that it is reckless, right, to go ahead and just go through this exercise. I mean, let's assume that he did throw his hat in the ring. And we ended up, you guys then now at that point, even though I'm telling you this is the guy I want to work with for the next 2 years, then at that point you guys say, well, yeah, Mr. Mayor, because, Ed scored high in the committee report, and because of those that are selected, that made it to the final 5, and you want to work with him, we're going to go with what you suggest because, of course, the manager and the mayor need to work hand in glove to fulfill the intergovernmental relation of the mayor. But that would have been the biggest waste of taxpayer money ever. We would have set it aflame. And I'm not about that. you know, just to go through an exercise when everyone here is more than capable of calling, you know, professionals that we all know in the industry to see who is available and thinking about, you know, running. If what you want is new ideas, pick up the phone, call J.C. Jimenez in Miami Springs, call Ramiro and Guanzo in Bal Harbor, call whichever manager you feel comfortable with or that you feel embodies what you'd like to do. Zeri Ihikwaba in the city of Homestead. Call them up. We don't have to go through this exercise, right, just to get ideas. And that's why, to me, if the argument that this is just about seeing what's on the other side and getting ideas, I think that is either frankly foolish, with all the respect, or at least is not based in the same world of reality that I'm choosing to live in, which is he is not going to apply, you know, for his job back, and we're going to have to then make a final decision, which again, it could go well, and I'm going to live with whatever the will of my colleagues is, and I'm going to work to build whatever relationship I need to with whoever comes next. But at the same time, just let's be realistic about the risk here, right? If this goes south, right, if this turns out to be on the really bad side of things, that's not going to be on me, and it's, you know, it's going to, you know, this is going to come back to bite a lot of people. But with that, I'm going to give the manager a chance to respond, and then again, I'm hoping my colleagues will join me on the side of realism, give Councilman Herzberg a chance to negotiate a short-term extension to at least get us through the end of my term. There's nothing, again, as everyone has clearly made apparent, there's no urgency to do this, period. So with that, Mr. Manager, go ahead and you can make your comments.
Yeah, I just want to Council Member Herzberg's point, is that there has been nothing laid on the table, nothing presented by anybody that dictates that we have done anything other than a phenomenal job in managing this entire town. With regard to just going out there and testing the field and see what's out there, I believe that any one of you, if you were in my position, you would not throw your name in the hat. All right, I know I made this analogy when I spoke to Council Member Garcia earlier today, is imagine a couple, right? A husband and wife. And the wife says, you know what? You're really great. We've been married for 8 years. You provide for our family. You're super. But you know what? I'm just going to go out and test the field, see if there's a better husband out there. And if not, then I'm going to come back and then we're going to stay married. You know, this is a relationship, right? This is a relationship that you've entrusted me with the reins of managing this town, you know, this council and councils before you. And we have done a phenomenal job doing that, me together with my staff. You know, because my principal role is setting a tone, putting the right people in the right place, and then these people are the ones that deliver service to our residents, to me, to Gina, to Raul, to all of you. We're all residents here, right? So, and they do it every single day, day in and day out. And they do it at a very, very high level. And we have created an environment here. There's no internal chaos. There's no drama. Everybody's rowing in the same direction. There's no complaints from the outside. In fact, if you look at the citizen survey that we commissioned just a few months ago, we as a town, so it's all of us collectively, right? Those who are delivering the service directly, those of you who are setting policy, those of us who are kind of managing behind the scenes, we scored incredibly high on that resident survey. So I just wanted to kind of make those points. I want to continue to serve. I want to continue to serve. But, you know, I'm not going to be the second choice when you're looking for somebody to take to the dance. You know, if you're going to go out and test the field, you're telling me, Councilmember Garcia, and I know you disagree with me on this. We've had this conversation earlier today. You're telling me, I don't want you. That is undoubtedly, you know, and I think all of you would feel the same if you were in my position. I'm not unique in that sense.
Mr. Mayor, can I say something, please? We go back to what I stated with you, Mr. Mayor, you now, when your time is up, you have to go back out and knock on doors, do the same thing. Why the town manager's contract is up now in, what, February? February? You know, give somebody else, open it up, open the process. Let's give somebody else a chance. You might come back and be the highest bidder or the best, but give an opportunity. I'll read something real brief. I know Mr. Mayor didn't like what the committee stated, but it clearly states on this line, we fully support allowing the current town manager to reapply for the position if he so desires. I think, Mr. Mayor, you're not fully sold on these individuals.
I think I already just told you that I think that's a fake organization created by the alleged president of that organization to further his political organization. As I told you, one of the listed board members there flat out called me yesterday and said I had nothing to do with this. So this position paper was out there before the entire board had even voted on it. It's a fake organization, period. So yes, I'm not going to pay attention at all to what it has to say.
Okay.
The other thing I want to also clarify
Yes, sir.
is that this is a professional manager. It is the CEO of our enterprise. It is not an elected official. And the way it works, right, is the board of directors, which is what we are, evaluates his performance and determines whether we want to renew his contract or not. That is how they audition to keep their job. It's that simple. So I just wanted to, to respond to that.
So can I go back and just state?
You may.
So I can go ahead and move forward with my item and request.
Still, no, you can't because we still haven't disposed of this particular item.
Okay.
As you know,
I
that is
yield
the
back,
way
sir.
that this works. Thank you. So look, at this point, I think everything's been said that needs to be said. I really hope that, for my colleagues that, I think are being a little too rosy as far as the way they envision this playing out, and almost completely brushing off the potential risk. I hope they reconsider. I don't think there's anything unreasonable about what myself and Councilman Herzberg have been saying, and I almost forgot that he wanted to have another opportunity to rebut something. So go ahead, Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Different things come up. And again, it goes back to watching other municipalities. I remember when Senator Garcia came up here and said Miami Lakes is different. And I think this group, we are different. We are very different. When you watch how other municipalities, councils, and commissions work, we're not the same. That's a good thing. When you bring in a new town manager, that dynamic potentially could change. I don't know. You just don't know what you're getting. I like when someone who's been in politics a lot says, you guys are different because we are. We're not those typical Miami politicians you see on TV, right? And that's a good thing. Making this change makes it harder for us to continue to be that council. So that's the last thing I just want my colleagues to think about, and we'll see where we go.
Yeah, that's clever. It's getting a little warmer in here. I don't know who from facilities can go ahead and figure that out. And it's not just because of the topic.
Through the mayor.
I just want to be clear. Councilman Garcia.
Just a quick question to the town attorney. If we vote, if this item, your item passes, then A is moot, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part. The item passes?
So if the mayor's item passes, then A is moot. Because we've accepted the extending the contract 2 years and renegotiating. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's moot for this meeting, but I want to be clear that there's another stage at which Councilman Herzberg, the manager, will get together and present the contract that will be accepted or rejected, and there's ample time within the 4 months provided by ordinance to go and do a search, right? It's just, if I remember correctly, it's the contract that requires that we start now at this process so we can start to get ahead of things. But we would have ample time between now and when that contract is brought to us to still go back out if we don't like the terms of the agreement. But yes, in terms of tonight procedurally, it would moot item A.
Yep. Thank you, sir.
Any other discussion or questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on item 16B.
So on the motion by Mayor Diegues, which was seconded by Vice Mayor Morera, Councilmember Herzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Sanchez. Councilmember Sanchez, yes. Vice Mayor Morera.
No.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
The motion passes.
We are, with that, item 16A is mooted, as discussed by the attorney. And what's more, we are now on 16C, landscaping solutions for Veterans Park. If you don't mind, though, let us temporarily postpone that item and go into item 16E by Councilmember Herzberg, establish employee performance review policy via ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is just a draft ordinance. I just want to pass the item so we can get staff to put it on the agenda for first reading. We passed it back in February. I understand the town manager is already beginning a process, but this is not just about one town manager, it's about future town managers. So we want to have an ordinance down that says what the town manager is required to do annual evaluations, and you can see it there. It's no fewer than the first year, every new employee has to have the annual evaluation, and then every 2 years after that, minimum. And then directors should be evaluated every year. It has to be in writing and provided, and then if it's in writing, we can go ahead and get it from the clerk, from the town manager. But it's just making sure that that is done. So if a town manager does not do it, he's not following ordinances. So my motion is to move the item so then we can have it on first reading next month.
Second.
It's been seconded by Councilmember Garcia. Discussion?
No.
Seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Item 16E
Just, Mayor,
passes.
just for clarity, what
Yes.
your expectation is that this is just a sample ordinance, but we bring it back for first reading next month?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, with that, Councilman Sanchez is back. So we're going to back up to item 16D, which I had temporarily postponed. My apologies. Oh, wait, did I really skip over all the way to E?
I think so.
Oh, whoopsie, my bad. Okay, 16C by Councilmember Sanchez, which is landscaping solutions for Veterans Park. Councilmember, you are recognized to introduce your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. July 4th, was a phenomenal event, as Lynn Matos pointed out, and thank you to Clarasol and the entire team. Not just Clarasol, but every single department.
Yeah.
They were out there. The committees were out there. The volunteers were out there. Everything was phenomenal. The only downside of that night, as I stated before, nothing is ever going to be perfect, but I think we can improve upon it, was after the storm, that center field that we used for the main area was completely mudded out. I mean, people were uncomfortable, trees were pretty much destroyed that night. So I'd like for staff to come back with ideas of different things that we can possibly do. Is it aerating the grass so that the water drains better? Is it a different type of grass, no artificial turf? A different type of grass that can absorb the water better, so, or leveling it out, because there's a lot of dips and dives, and I'm guessing because of people playing and running, it's gonna happen because of the weight of individuals. So my motion is to have staff come back with recommendations as to what we can do just on that center portion where people congregate for all the events that we do in the town. Do I have a second?
Is there a second? Seconded by the Vice Mayor. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The item passes. We are now on item, thank you, 16E by the Honorable Councilmember J.C. Fernandez. Oh, yes, first we need to waive 7.2 of the rules. Is there a motion on the waiver?
Second.
Moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Garcia. All those in favor of the waiver say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The rule is waived. Councilman, you are recognized to present discussion regarding installation of historical marker of right-of-way. On right-of-way, I think.
Yeah, it should say on right away. Yeah, I just wanted to first, and that was my mistake. I actually made a mistake on the other item. Just one word there. But so it's pretty clear as to what I'm asking. I think that somebody, as chair of the Neighborhood Improvement Committee, who organized, and with the rest of my committee, we brought forth the historical tour of Miami Lakes, which I think was a great event. And I think that history is important. it's something that, you know, I'd like for the kids of the town to know something about our history. And I love the fact that, you know, it would just bring recognition to that area. And that way the residents and the neighbors and visitors could see where this is where our town began. So with that, I'll ask my colleagues to support it.
It's been moved by the council member, seconded by the vice mayor. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the item passes. And we now turn to Councilman Cuadra Garcia for grocery stores to open in Miami Lakes. 16G, F.
Basically, simply, I've been asked by numerous residents that when are we going to go out and talk to whoever needs to be talked to at Whole Foods or at Milo's or, you know, something of those supermarkets, because we're just tired of Sedano's and so my question is to staff, who here do we need to talk to go out and see if we can bring one of these players into town?
Yeah, the issue actually came up, I would venture to say, about 3 years ago, 2 to 3 years ago.
Mhm.
And the task was given to the Economic Development Committee. I know that the Economic Development Committee, and Clarisol, you can tell me, I don't know if there's anything, just correct me if I'm wrong, I'm probably gonna say something incorrect. The Economic Development Committee did a campaign, and they went out on a recruitment campaign. They sent out letters. They tried to make direct contact, and they made all those contacts. None of those kind of elite or fancy grocery stores bid on the item. So is that pretty much it? Yeah. Right. I think that the Grahams, because they're obviously the biggest property owner here in Miami Lakes, with some of the areas that there aren't many that are left that are vacant now, but there are some that I think that they have plans to redevelop. And I think that they have continually considered that. So all of that feedback that you get, that we get about, you know, the residents and wanting to have these kinds of stores in Miami Lakes, they get it too. So I think that it's a goal of theirs, it's an objective of theirs in some of their redevelopment projects. So I think that it's something that we can work together with the Economic Development Committee and the different property owners in town to see if we can make that happen.
Hope.
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 Everybody needs it, right?
Yeah, she was sitting in the back earlier tonight.
Thank you.
I was going to make the same exact thing. Councilman Fernandez. Yes.
So Councilman Cuadra Garcia, I love the idea. It is a private matter. Like, you know, the fact is that they have to want to be in our town. I would, nothing more, nothing more would make me happier than seeing a Whole Foods or a farmer's market in our town. I've been told in the past that it's because of density. Like, we have our demographics do support a grocery store like that with our median income and those that have that, you know, extra income to be able to spend a little bit more. But I think that it's our density is not enough. We don't have enough of a population because they can't go outside of our town to hope that they're going to get some of the consumers from outside of the town. But no, if there's anything that we can do, I don't think, you know, we're limited. Again, it's a private matter. They have to want to come in.
Just a point of curiosity, do we know? Yeah, do we know if any of these large grocery chains have decided to take up a spot at that new shopping center they're building on 186 and 87th? It's going to be the Publix is moving, right?
It's really annoying. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like it's Burlington and Publix. It's a repeat basically of what they got on, on 97th and all that. There's nothing new and innovative that I've seen so far coming there.
The big challenge, just to answer Councilman Cuadra Garcia's point, because really what he's asking for is for us to brainstorm, and I think that's admirable that you brought it up. I don't really think there's an actual actionable item, but as far as brainstorming, when I see this item, what I think of is there's two main points of real estate at issue here. One is the existing spot of the Winn-Dixie. Another one, actually three. Another one is the existing Publix in Eagles Nest, and that would be redeveloping an existing shopping center. And personally, don't touch my Publix. That's just me. And then finally, you have the space near Satori. If anyone has a spare $45 to $50 million, then I think we can go that route. So basically, what I'm trying to say is we're kind of landlocked when it comes to that, and unless is it still Winn-Dixie? What's that?
Winn-Dixie.
It's still officially Winn-Dixie.
Still
I think
for
that's
now.
one of the last
For
ones.
now.
When the last time you were there?
Never.
Oh,
He doesn't go past
not
that
Winn-Dixie,
barrier.
but the shopping center.
I don't go west anymore. No, I'm kidding.
Through the manager.
Councilman Fernandez, my
I
apologies.
just want to add, because that is, I forgot to mention that parcel of land on, I hope, and we can speak about this because we're in a public setting, but the parcel of land on 87th and 154, I hope that we continue with that live, work, and play within our town, that we can one day hope that would be a shopping center with an anchor grocery store.
Recall that it is deed restricted for that purpose.
I think you're right about that.
I know. I searched it. Remember the hospital battle?
Okay, anyone else before we move on? Okay, so let us move on then to 16G. Actually, no, I apologize. We already took the G and H. So now let's skip over to I, which by Councilman Herzberg, Part 3 Parcel Acquisition and Readiness Report.
Thank you, Mayor. So basically, this is just a direction to staff. I think staff might be already getting going on it, but I want to make sure to have a clear direction from the council. I would like to have basically a playbook that what we need to do to acquire the property and also cost of maintaining it in its current condition. I don't know about you guys, but I'm looking at doing this sooner than later, and especially based off whatever the cost it is to just maintain it in its current condition. But I would like to have that report now instead of we all decide we want to get the parcel, but then we don't know anything about actually acquiring it, right? Because the way the covenant works is we make a vote, and then there's, I believe, a 90-day period. I forgot the exact period, but there's a period of time between the vote and when the deed is transferred, right? So I want to get all that stuff out now, have staff report, just so we have it, not to actually make the vote yet, right? So that's what the item is. That's my motion to give that direction to staff.
It's been seconded by the Vice Mayor. Any discussion?
I just want to point
Vice
out.
Mayor Morera.
I just want to point out, because I don't know if you said it in your oral motion, but I do want to incorporate what is in your written item, that the report should come back within 90 days. I think I heard something about 90 days, but I think it was in regards to something else. I'd like to see that report come back to us within 90 days.
Move that the report come back to us within 90 days.
And I'll second that.
Okay, as an amendment?
Sure.
Okay, so on the amendment, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is amended. Any more discussion on the motion as amended? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Item 16I passes. We are now on 16J by Councilmember, oh yeah, we're going to temporarily postpone this until Councilman Fernandez comes back. Let me see, here we go. We're back to Councilman Herzberg, and this item requires a waiver of 7.2. Is there a motion on the waiver?
Second.
It's been moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Garcia. All those in favor of the waiver,
Aye.
say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The rule is waived. Councilman, you are recognized to present SB 4-F, HB 1329, and SJR 2-F, and budget season preparedness.
Thank you, Mayor. This is, again, another direction to staff. Maybe staff or the town attorney might have answers to this now.
Yeah, Kay, we're on Kay.
Basically, there's significant changes in how we can do the budget moving forward, whether it's this budget season or next. That was my confusion. For example, the 10% exercise that we have to do now, the voting parameters to what's a rollback, what's not, as well as something that we want to keep into consideration. And then to make sure the staff comes to us officially at a meeting with the numbers, with the current estimates, if the tax constitutional amendment passes, what we're looking at budget loss wise. So it's direction to staff to come back to us. It could be at the next regular council meeting with answers to these questions
Move it.
in the report.
All right, it's been
Second.
moved by Councilman Herzberg, seconded by Councilman Garcia. Any discussion?
Mayor,
Seeing-
just as a
sorry,
point of
Mr.
information,
Manager.
some of this we plan to present to you tomorrow at the budget workshop, some of that information. And if there's missing information, we'll make sure to put it together to get it to you.
And we plan to put an attorney report for August on all of the legislative changes that we saw at the last municipal attorney seminars. It's quite a few.
Got it. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The item carries, and we are going back to our final item of the evening, which is 16J by Councilmember Fernandez. And first and foremost, there must be a rule waiver of 7.2. Is there a motion?
Move it.
It's been moved by Councilmember Garcia. Is there a second? Seconded by the Vice Mayor. All in favor of the waiver, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The rule is waived. Councilman, go ahead and present your item. Protection and use of Town of Miami Lakes name by businesses outside town boundaries.
I'll be brief. Before, just a point of order. Am I allowed, me being the one requesting the waiver of the rule, am I allowed to either move or second it? I'm just curious.
Yeah, yes. Yes.
I may?
Yes,
'Cause
there's
I
no
was
conflict if
hesitant.
that's what you're worried
Yeah,
about.
that's my self-interest would
It's
be to have
it's a
it
rule
waived.
of the body, and you're a member of the body.
Okay,
So if you
okay.
want to vote on waiving
Fine.
the rule, I mean, it would be weird if you didn't. If you voted no.
No,
against
I'm not
waiving
going to
the
vote
rule.
no. I will never do that.
But, okay. You're allowed to do whatever you
But,
want, though.
Okay. Well, that said, I think this has come up in the past. Speaking with our deputy attorney, he agrees, and I think that he's had a conversation with a member of the Graham. Would you speak on that? But anyway, it really is just about him coordinating efforts with the Grahams and protecting the name.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Yes, I did speak with Ms. Richichi. There is conversation with regards to that original document that gave us the opportunity to be able to trademark our name as the Town of Miami Lakes and what that document entails. I'm getting a copy of that from our trademark attorney just to take a look at it and see if it maybe needs to be enhanced somewhat. But the Grahams are, from at least a conversation I had with Ms. Richichi, willing and actually they desire the fact that we kind of offered, we'll go ahead and we'll be sending these cease and desist letters to these companies that are operating outside of our geographical limits in using the name Miami Lakes, such as some of the ones that the councilman pointed out, and others such as like Enterprise Miami Lakes, which is really in Miami Gardens,
Right.
And such.
Thank you. So I'll just ask my colleagues to vote yes on it.
Well, you need to move it.
I'd like to move to give direction to our town attorney to whatever it is coordinating with the Grahams and issue cease and desist letters and anything that we have in our purview to protect our name.
I move.
It's been moved by Councilmember Fernandez, seconded by Councilman Sanchez. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. And with that, there being no further business, this council is adjourned at 10:57 p.m.